Hello, hello. Undertaker trailer just dropped? No shot. No shot that it just did. No shot it just dropped. It actually did. What the fuck? What the fuck? I just got here. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me put my glasses on. How did this happen? Hold up. Okay. New trailer. When...
Hello.
Whatever. That was loud? Was it loud? I'll turn it down a little bit. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, what's up? What's going on? Just like a minute-long trailer. Let's go react to it. Undertaker, she's here. Lion. Oh, my hammer. Okay, it's a quick charged heavy. Okay, nice. Quick downward charged heavy. That's all I wanted. It looks like a larger hammer, but she does have a dodging based skill. She has a dodging ability. She has iframes. It was iframes. Nice critical hit. Church. Pest. Everdark Pest. That's the ultimate. That's clean as hell. Oh, she gets to go again? What? No way. She did it twice. Did it happen? Okay, let's go watch it back 5 more times. Hold up a second. I love me a quick downward charged heavy attack. The music is nice, yeah. That's the probably with the other boss trailer, or the other boss music. Damn. She's literally me. Damn, look at that dodge right there. But she actually dodges pretty far, though. Not sure if I want that. Is it like an automatic dodge? That might be a thing. It might be like an automatic dodge, like if you're about to get hit. But like, what happens here, though? She doesn't take damage, does she? Is it poise? I didn't see any blood. Did blood come out? Did blood come out of her or this? I don't think she got hit. No, I think it's blood that came out of the lion. Is this a great hammer? No, it's a regular hammer, right? It says long? But she's swinging it pretty slow. She didn't get hit. Doesn't look like she got hit at all. What's the point of dodging there if you're not gonna get hit? Maybe just for the sake of showcasing the dodge. Maybe after you dodge, something else happens. Because it looked like it was a... Because it looked like it was an automatic dodge on the first trailer. We saw the first trailer, and it's like she popped the ability, ran in there, ran into a grab attack, and then dodged. So it's either something to do with a counter attack where she dodges and gains an ability, or it's an automatic dodge, or it's just like iframes. But like, I understand what's the point of having a dodging animation if you're just gonna have iframes anyway. So I don't think it's iframes. Unless she gets like a... Does blood come out of her there? It's probably just hyper armor, maybe. No passive info right now. I mean, the passive was probably shown here. Because the passive was shown in the first Scholar trailer, but we just didn't know what it was. So there's probably a passive showcased here. This clip is probably a mixture of both passive and the character skill. We just don't know what it is. She actually glowed up. She was glowing up. See? She lit up when she hit there. She had like a white effect. Is it like a lifesteal effect or something? Or when she got a stance break or based on hits, she powers up. So it gets stronger on something. But did it go away? She still has it here. She still has the effect. Maybe it lasts longer, maybe? The more that she fights. If she initiated the fight like this... Hold up. Running attack. 1, 2... 3. 3 light attacks for a stance break? And 1 running attack? They had to have fought before this engagement. They had to have been fighting beforehand, because there's no way. With 1 running attack, 2... 3 light attacks, and 1 running attack. And this boss has like 65 poise, I believe. There's no way. Absolutely no way. I believe he has 65 poise. He doesn't have much. He's either 65 or like 80 at most. And like a light attack of like a great hammer does like 14 stance damage. This is like a regular hammer, right? When it seems to swing as slow as like a great hammer. And it does seem pretty large. But actually, it might be a great hammer. No, it's a pretty small great hammer if that's the case. GameSpot has new bosses in the video too? What? We played Elden Ring Nightreign for 6 hours? A character breakdown exclusive for Scholar? Oh, okay. Well, fuck the PS5 games. We have some stuff to do. Put my controller down. Let's go look at this first. And then we're gonna go look at this one.
Swamps are coming.
Swamps are coming.
One of Elden Ring's new Night Fair's Scholar is a support character with a bite. GameSpot had the exclusive opportunity to play Elden Ring Nightreign's DLC,
Was that a frenzied swamp?
GameSpot had the exclusive...
What?
Exclusive opportunity to play Elden Ring Nightreign's DLC, The Forsaken Hollows, early. We spent the entire day testing out the 2 new characters, the Scholar and the Undertaker. And in this video, we're going to...
That's not even an ultimate? That's probably part of the character skill? When it has to have the ultimate. Did it use ultimate charge?
Entire day testing out the 2 new characters.
But they get another one, so they can chain it when somebody else hits with an ultimate?
There's the Scholar and the Undertaker. And in this video, we're going to break down the Scholar. Be sure to check out our other video on the Undertaker afterward.
There's a symbol right there that showcases something for his passive.
Scholar traveled to Limveld to seek knowledge and catalog his experiences. He favors a tactical approach and succeeds when other characters are pulling aggro away from him so he can analyze foes. He favors thrusting swords and—
Aha! I was right! It was gonna be a B scaling in strength. B scaling in health. S scaling in arcane. Only a C in everything else. That's fucked up. He's getting no damage. Not even a B scaling in intelligence? I was wrong there. My guy's gonna be doing dog shit damage. I mean, he can debuff to make enemies take more damage, so. And S scaling in arcane is fucking, that's it. Because arcane, there's nothing that scales off arcane. It was like, there's like 10 weapons. Surely relics fix this?
Has S tier scaling in arcane with Bs in HP, FP, and stamina. His weakest stat is strength, which sits at a D.
So maybe he is going to have to be the pot man, because pots don't scale if anything. Ripple Crescent. Yeah, Ripple Crescent Halberd, the Ripple Crescent Axe. I mean, you can still find things like a... I'm pretty sure like a Bloody Hella still gets like a B scaling in arcane. Hello, Saba. What you doing, girl?
So arcane dex weapons are his best friend.
Arcane dex weapons? He's a C scaling. Maybe the numbers are different.
Scholar's passive skill Bagcraft is perhaps his most interesting mechanic. Consumable stacks are increased and consumable
I was right, it was 4.
categories can be leveled up twice during a match. The first level up improves an
There's 2 level ups.
item strength or effectiveness, while the second can add a secondary effect. You can level up items by repeatedly using them, and how long it takes to level them up seems to depend on the item. Thankfully, you don't level up individual consumables, but rather categories. For example, if you toss some fire pots and level it up, all pots will benefit.
That's huge!
There are a lot of consumables in Elden Ring Nightreign, and we didn't test them all, but they can result in more potent healing items and stronger offensive items that have better areas of effects or additional status.
138.
In order
Throw
to
it
make
again.
the most of this ability, you should
234!
be item spamming. I even equipped some relics that had
No, keep throwing it!
Scholars start with consumables just so I could level them up right out of the gate. His character skill called Analyze does exactly that. Scholar can analyze
Why'd you throw it again? This is like there was supposed to be a second charge.
his enemies and allies in order to issue buffs and debuffs. Upon activating his character skill, he lowers his weapon, making you vulnerable, and a big circle appears on the screen, which you can aim. Enemies and allies within that circle will be analyzed.
It actually goes down when you lock off.
Analyze, the more buffs and debuffs stack. Once complete, you can either pull left trigger to nerf an enemy's attack or right trigger to give your allies a stamina
So there is only 2. There's only 2, yeah. And it is going to be, and it can boost your allies too.
buff. A level 1 buff increases your stamina, and a level 3 gives you a barrier that activates a shockwave.
Level
when
3?
hit.
What indicates the level? Is it goes all the way?
A level 1 debuff decreases an enemy's attack, and at level 3 they take extra damage on their next hit. However,
So it does do both. So it's extra damage on the next hit. So that slowing down effect did nothing. Where's a curse blade there? I didn't even pay attention. I know, I see like Shadow of Erdtree enemies all the time that I just don't pay attention. Curse blade and Divine Warrior boss is fucked up.
complete, you can either pull left trigger to nerf an enemy's attack or right trigger to give your
It's gonna be the curse blade that makes everything dark as well, so you won't be able to see shit.
allies a stamina buff. A level 1 buff increases your stamina, and
I mean, the man flies are here too. That's probably before the fight starts.
a level 3 gives you a barrier that activates a shockwave when hit. A level 1 debuff decreases an enemy's attack, and at level
He's starting up and comes with repeating thrust. Interesting.
3 they take extra damage on their next hit. However, analyzing enemies isn't instantaneous. The speed depends on how close you are to an enemy. The smaller the gap between you and the enemy, the quicker you can analyze it. High risk, higher reward.
Wait, he gets a fucking Duchess dodge.
The key is to analyze multiple enemies.
Well, it's not going to be a chaining the dodge, but it's the same dodge as Duchess. But you're able to chain it, though. Which that's kind of... I might not like that. The Bloodborne dodge.
And allies
without chaining it.
Effectively crippling entire groups if you manage to capture them all in one circle. This character skill is especially useful for the new Day 3 boss, the Balancers. We weren't allowed to capture footage of this boss, but as the trailer teased, you'll be fighting multiple enemies at once. Scholars...
The Balancers? That's what they called the boss?
Ultimate Art Communion links all nearby enemies and allies together. If one takes damage, then every linked one also takes damage. Additionally, any healing items used in the area are shared between all Nightfarers.
Any healing items are shared. Oh, so it's not just lifesteal.
It's a powerful skill that can easily take down multi-enemy bosses and larger groups of enemies and improves the team's survivability. Another ability that could be invaluable against the new Day 3 boss. Unfortunately, we weren't able to test out any Scholar-specific relics, but we were able
The Nomads?
to see what they were. They are as follows. Prevent slowing of...
Ah! No way. Prevents slowing of character skill progress. Allies targeted by character skill gain boosted attack. Earn runes for each additional specimen acquired with character skill? How many runes is that? Continuous damage inflicted on targets threatened by ult? So your ult's going to be doing passive damage over time? I wonder if it ends up doing just as much damage as other ultimate attacks. That's crazy. Earn runes for each additional specimen acquired. I wonder how many runes is it. I mean, that's gonna sound pretty useless. Unless it's like 1,000. No, it wouldn't be 1,000. No way. Allies targeted by character skill gain boosted attack. Prevents slowing of character skill progress. So I'm guessing when you lock off. So when you're locking onto an enemy with the analyze skill and you turn away from them, it slowly drains over time. So I'm guessing this makes it to where they don't actually have a drain over time? Maybe?
Character skill progress, allies targeted by character skill gain boosted attack, earn runes for each additional specimen acquired with character skill, and continuous damage inflicted on targets threatened by ultimate art. We don't know exactly how these work in context, but I can tell you I am absolutely going to use the one that boosts allies' attacks. Based on our experience, it seems like Scholar could pair nicely with almost any Nightfare, but he's at his most useful against multi-enemy bosses. If you know you're going to fight the new boss, Gladius, or Everdark Libra, then he could prove invaluable.
Damn, it takes forever to build up when you're far away, holy shit.
That said, I don't think there will ever be a
I was the ancestor spirit follower thingies. And a goat.
situation where having multiple scholars in an expedition is useful. Like Guardian, he can assist the team in a lot of ways, but he doesn't have the damage output to carry
The Sundered Tricephalos.
a run like Wilder or the other new
Show us what rewards we get for this.
Undertaker. Be sure to check out Lucy's breakdown on Undertaker or our
Oh, come on. I want to see what the reward was.
overall impressions on the Forsaken Hollows DLC next.
Okay. That's fantastic. There's another one.
Viewer!
Okay.
One of Elden Ring Nightreign's two new Nightfarers, the Undertaker, might be my favorite of them all. GameSpot had the exclusive opportunity to play Elden Ring Nightreign's DLC, The Forsaken Hollows, early. We spent the entire day testing out 2 new characters, the Scholar and the Undertaker, and in this video we are going to break down Undertaker. Be sure to check out our other video on Scholar afterward.
When somebody uses an ultimate, you can get to use your ultimate twice.
Undertaker is a fast and
because it lit up purple. You get like a free cast.
furious damage dealer who can shred enemies. She's an abbess sent by her monastery to slay Night Lords, and we're pretty sure she's gonna become a staple of most Nightreign comps. Her weapon preference...
It is hammers. A scaling... Okay, I thought it was gonna be a... That's fucking solid. I thought she was gonna have higher stamina, but I was right about having a B and an A in strength. I thought she was gonna have a B in faith. A in faith is actually kind of crazy good. That's nice. I thought it was going to be like B. A C in FP is kind of like mid, but that's perfectly fine. She's just going to be a skill spammer, I guess. Spells won't be the best unless you be using FP boosting stuff. But it is regular hammer. It's not a great hammer, but it does seem slower than a regular hammer moveset, because what else is new?
is hammers and has A scaling in both faith and strength. Her HP scaling is B, and she has C scaling in FP and stamina. Given that she's such a quick character, it would have been nice to have something higher than a C in stamina scaling, but I guess if it was any higher, she might be way too overpowered.
That's the one-handed charge damage.
Alright, let's break down her movesets. Her character skill...
She starts with Prayerful Strike? Maybe. I mean, you can start with Prayerful Strike as a passive, can't you? As a relic?
...is
trance, it is a stance that goes into a skill. Okay, cool. Can activate ultimate arts when allies or foes execute. That's as passive. Cool.
The official description is bloodletting triggers the power of the loathsome hex, which translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while tough...
Oh, really? Right.
Translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase, and her
toughness and combo attack power? That means the combos probably do more stance damage. Twin Blade Talisman?
dodge improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed increases...
Well, hold on, you said what?
...all increase, and her dodge improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed increases even more, and she can dodge a lethal blow, just like Wilder can. If you're an aggressive player who likes to be in the thick of...
She can do fucking everything? What? 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 She gets a Wilder passive and she gets a fucking Duchess dodge? Hello? Ash! Thank you so much for the resub. Can we get W's for Ash for the 2 months? Pay to win? Yeah, every single From Software DLC is a pay to win. Yeah, I saw the Divine Beast Warrior, yeah.
The action, you should be spamming this at every chance you get. Undertaker's passive ability is Confluence. When another player...
Well, let's go watch all that back. I didn't see any Shadow of the Earth weapons. I don't think there's going to be any.
Power of the loathsome hex, which translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase, and her...
Okay. Wait! I'm Crimson! Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Can we get W's for Crimson? Big, you got a sub. Say thank you. And thank you, Crimson. Appreciate it, man.
Bloodletting triggers the power of the loathsome hex, which translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase, and her dodge...
I'm guessing, because she has like this, she has this like white effects that goes onto the character.
Combo attack power all...
And it went up.
Stamina, while
so like the more that she attacks...
Combo attack power all...
So after 3 went up. I'm wondering if that's stance damage too.
All increase, and her dodge improves to a dodge step.
Yeah, show us the dodge step.
And combo attack power all increase, and her dodge improves to a dodge step. If
she only showed it once.
Her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase, and her dodge improves.
Why is the flask glowing yellow? That might be Scholar Ultimate, yeah. Because Scholar's Ultimate, when somebody heals, it gives it to everybody. What kind of dog shit quality is this? I'm trying to see that dodge. Like, it seemed fine.
Attack power all increase, and her dodge improves.
It's a quick dodge. The thing is, with like really quick dodges, that means they're gonna have short iframes. But that one seemed like it dodges further than like this regular Duchess dodge. So this one should be fine. So if it's like a longer range, I mean, it shouldn't have like the shortest amount of iframes for just one dodge. Because what makes Duchess dodge so good is because it can double dodge. You can chain it. Because if Duchess didn't have that chaining dodge effect, she'd be getting roll caught so often.
Improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed increases.
I didn't see her attack power go up when she used the ultimate though.
Consume it for even more benefits. Increase.
I didn't see like an attack power increase.
Dodge improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full,
What's up, Cleo?
you can consume it for even more benefits.
I didn't see like no attack up. The weird purple aura around
Her
her.
attack power goes.
That purple aura is when somebody else uses an ultimate attack. She has her passive ability. She didn't consume it though. That was the passive ability that she consumes.
Up, movement speed increases even more, and she can dodge a lethal blow, just like one.
We will see when she talks about the ultimate.
Goes up, movement speed increases even more, and she can dodge a lethal blow, just like Wilder can.
So it seems like, so that's pretty specific to the ultimate. So when she uses the ultimate, while her character skill is active, she also gains Wilder passive and more damage.
If you're an aggressive player who likes to be in the thick of the action, you should be spamming this at every chance you get. Undertaker's passive ability is Confluence. When another player uses their ultimate art, the Undertaker has a brief window to activate hers for free, regardless of how full her own ultimate art gauge is. The Undertaker's
It's so fucking wild. I mean, it's probably not going to be doing that much damage, but that's still fucking crazy. You get a free stagger.
ultimate art is Loathsome Hex. Now this is one hell of a fun ult. The Undertaker will pull an uncanny bone from her body, speed through the air toward the target like a missile, and unleash a powerful attack. It's long range, high damage, and you can even do it mid-air. It's perfect to help close gaps, and thanks to Confluence, can be used to stack incredible amounts of damage very quickly. It's worth getting used to the amount of distance.
No way
you
it goes
cover in
that
the
far.
training ground.
Okay, that's... It actually does go that far. That's fucked up.
Amount of distance you can cover in the training grounds, there is nothing worse than popping your ult only for it
That's crazy. Okay, let's go. Let's see if that should a damage
missile
boost.
and unleash a powerful attack.
I didn't see that damage boost
It's
there.
long range, high damage, and you can
Maybe because the character skill wasn't active.
even do it mid-air. It's perfect
Oh, the balls, the electric balls are in the fucking game.
damage, and you can even do it mid-air.
Nasty work.
It's perfect to help close gaps, and thanks to Confluence, can be used to stack incredible amounts of damage very quickly. It's worth getting used to the amount of distance you can cover.
Demon Princess? What, am I blind? Oh, I'm blind as hell. I'm blind as hell. That's cool. It's probably not gonna be, it's probably just gonna be the duo boss, right?
It's long range, high damage, speed through the air toward the target like a missile, and
Honestly, I'm not even paying attention to like any of the bosses or enemies. I'm just like looking at her abilities. Because I see like these bosses all the time anyway, because I play the games all the time, but it just doesn't click to me. It's like, hey, look,
unleash a powerful
that's a new
attack.
boss.
It's long range, high
I
damage,
saw the ball though. I noticed the ball, but I didn't notice the fucking demon princess.
and you can even do it mid-air. It's perfect to help close gaps, and thanks to Confluence, can be used to stack incredible amounts of damage very quickly.
What a fucking insane passive. It's like, he's a free fucking ult. But that means she's gonna be like much better in a team. Because like in solo, that passive is fucking useless. And same thing, it seems like both characters are kind of fine-tuned more for a squad. So solo, it's gonna be pretty ass. Not ass, but the passive is useless. Unless the passive does something else.
Quickly. It's worth getting used to the amount of distance you can cover in the training grounds. There is nothing worse than popping your ult only for it to not connect because you were a little bit
But like, there's no way you're popping it at that. That's a crazy amount of distance that it goes.
too far away. Also make sure that there are no obstacles in your way. The last thing you want is to go splat into a wall or tree. You can also use it to get close to your allies if they're
Wait, how much revive damage did it do? Did it just do one bar?
Get close to your
It does like one bar.
allies if they're downed. It's a super versatile ult. While playing, we frequently
The hammer moveset seems very slow, which is kind of annoying. But you're spamming charged heavy attacks anyway.
get downed. It's a super versatile ult. While playing, we frequently coupled Undertaker with Duchess. What we would do is pop Duchess's ultimate off.
It is Demon Princes. Look at them.
So we get a
They're so dull.
free Loathsome Hex. Then you can pop Loathsome Hex again if your ultimate gauge is full. Then we can throw Restage into the mix, which is Duchess's ability that reapplies all the damage the enemy took in the last 3 seconds. Doing this successfully is so fun. You're basically bullying any enemy that stands in your way. Unfortunately, we weren't able to test out any Undertaker-specific relics, but we were able to see what they are. Activating ultimate...
Thank you. Activating ultimate art increases attack power. Okay, so it's part of the thing. Contact with allies restores their HP while ultimate art is activated. So you can like pass through your allies and heal them. Attack power increased by landing the final blow of an attack chain. So it's like the Twin Blade Talisman as well. And it stacks with her character skill. Physical attacks boosted while assists effect from incantation is active for self. What? Physical attacks boosted while assist effect from incantations is active for self. Assist effect from incantations is active for self. Does that mean like any spell or just like a buff that she has? From incantation. It's like any buff? Physical attacks boosted while assist effect from incantation is active for self. So it's probably just any buff. Any incantation buff just gives her a physical damage boost. So just pick up any random spells and just start spamming shit. So it actually gives a use to all like those useless fucking buffs that you find. Because like one of the reasons that incantations kind of just fucking are annoying to build around is because there's so many buffs that you're never going to use. Whereas like sorceries, like 99% of them are just damage based. Whereas for the incantations, that's not the case. You'll be finding random shit like magic fortification. So if you find any of those things, that's like a free damage boost. I wonder how big the number is though. It might be like 20% or some shit. That could be pretty cool. Well, actually, it's not their entire... It might not be 20%. That'd be a lot. Because things like Flame Fortification go for like 90 seconds. Maybe 10%. Either way. If you find like a fortification spell, they're like super cheap. And it lasts a while. 5%? Even then, 5% still decent. I'm not sure if it's worth a whole passive. If it's just like you have to find a buff. And it lasts the duration of the buff. And if it's only 5%, I probably wouldn't run it unless it stacks with another one. It could stack. Because you could have like a body buff with an aura buff with a healing spell. It can't be for 15. It says while it's active. So as long as the buff is active, you're going to get the damage boost. Attack power increased by landing the final blow of an attack chain. It seemed like it was just like if it's a 3-hit combo, that's huge. If it's a 4-hit combo, not as huge. Because the moveset was pretty slow.
Any enemy that stands in your way.
Don't show us
Able to
Duchess.
see
Show
what
us.
they are. Activating ultimate armor increased by landing the... And physical attacks boosted while assist effect from incantation is active for self. Overall, Undertaker is one hell of a fun character to play, and the satisfaction of popping her ult multiple times in quick succession to watch boss health bars deplete in seconds is unmatched. If you're a greedy player like me, definitely keep an eye on that stamina bar. It certainly caught me out a few times. However, when you pop the trance ability, stamina management is obviously much easier. Undertaker can fit in any comp, but as mentioned, pairs...
That's probably why she has a C scaling in stamina, because her... she gets less stamina consumption with her sprinting. When she pops her skill. What's up, Pabs? How things, man?
very well with Duchess to stack a lot of damage very, very quickly. We even tried comps with multiple Undertakers to great effect. The Forsaken Hollows.
That's so stupid. If you have 3 Undertakers, like one person pops it, and then everyone gets to spam it.
Undertaker has a brief window to activate hers for free, regardless of how full her own ultimate art gauge is. The Undertaker's ultimate art
There's not
is
going to be Shadow of the
Lance
Earth
and
weapons.
Hex. Now this is one hell of a fun ult. The Undertaker will pull an uncanny bone from her body, speed through the air toward the target like a missile, and unleash a powerful attack. It's long range, high damage, and you can even do it mid-air. It's perfect to help close gaps, and thanks to Confluence, can be used to stack incredible to Elden Ring Nightreign.
They probably got to play one expedition, so one expedition probably is going to have the option of getting Curse Blade, Divine Beast Warrior. And then you can get Thing in day 2. Demon Princess day 2.
Recently went to Bandai Namco to get an exclusive hands-on with the brand new Nightreign DLC.
Why couldn't I get an exclusive hands-on? Why GameSpot?
Forsaken Hollows. We spent 5-6 hours
All day, pretty
We
much. A long time,
did a long play session. We got to experience a bunch of the new content, including, crucially, the 2 new Nightfarers.
That's night 1? Not for the Demon Princess, it was probably for the Divine Beast, which makes sense, right? Level 9. They might be day 2 there. I don't think these guys are good enough to. Right? Well, they're level 8 and 9 here.
We recently went
Maybe it is day 1. I mean, no, they surely don't have Demon Princess be a day 1 boss.
We have the Scholar and the Undertaker. Let's start with the Scholar. Tam, immediate impressions.
Absolute nerd of a character. If you wanted to figure out what hole the Scholar was created to plug, it was item use. Item use in its standard run-through, advanced run-through of Nightreign is minimal, right? You don't really think about that stuff. But the Scholar is actually built around taking items, especially in day 1 early phase, and repeatedly using them as quickly as possible to rank them up and increase the power or add additional attributes to them. So that's kind of like the foundation of that character. But beyond that, they have more support abilities as well, like buffing and debuffing in interesting ways. So it is definitely a range character. You don't want to get into the thick of it because then you will be in trouble. But also, they kind of want you to get into the thick of it because the Scholar's ability to analyze and target enemies becomes quicker if you're closer to them.
Yeah, so it's a character skill. So it's recharges fairly quickly. And
Okay, so it was like a debuff to make them deal less damage. So they deal less damage to you, but your next hit just does more damage. That's it. There's nothing to do with like a slow motion effect. So that slow motion shit that we saw in the trailer was just a trailer effect. They probably just forgot to slow down everything else. They just slowed down the enemies, but they didn't slow down everything else. So I was right.
Because the Scholar's ability to analyze and target enemies.
What's going on, Lucy?
quicker
How
if
things?
you're closer
Hope you're
to
doing
them.
well.
yeah, so it's a character skill. So it's recharges fairly quickly. And the idea is the longer you analyze an enemy, the more debuffs you can apply or more buffs you can apply on yourself and your team in the area.
She's got an auto dodge? Seems like it. They'll probably describe it more. We saw the first.
Debuffs are decreased attack, and then if you get to level 3, the next hit does even more damage to those enemies. And on the flip side, if you buff yourself, you increase your stamina for the first one, and in the final level, you get a little shield.
No, Deep of Night. I don't think Deep of Night's gonna appear straight away. I think Deep of Night will probably spawn in like after they have Everdark bosses and stuff.
There's a shockwave that happens.
Yeah.
For me, when I was playing, it felt like I had to rewire.
Hold up a second. How long did that last?
You increase your stamina.
Oh, he buffed himself.
In the area. The debuffs are decreased attack, and then if you get to level 3, the next hit does even more damage to those
Why
enemies.
are they saying get to level 3? Is it going to end
on
it
the
early?
flip side, if you buff yourself, you increase your stamina for the first one, and in the final level, you get a little shield that when hit, there's a shockwave that happens.
Yeah.
For me, when I was playing, it felt like I had to
He hit with he hit for 72 damage with a running attack, and the next attack did 50 damage. Hold up a second. 50 times 1 point. Because running attacks do less damage than a light attack. Delia! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're just currently looking at the new trailers and stuff and new news and stuff like that.
Closer to them.
Yeah, so it's a character.
For the new characters, I was just going to go do some just chill viewer runs, but we ended up having a lot of information. Hold up a second.
Analyze and target enemies becomes quicker if you're closer to them.
Yeah, so it's a character skill.
115. And then he did it afterwards
For
again.
the first one.
Rewire my Nightreign brain to use items, and I
You will be in trouble.
Hold
But
up, let's
also,
go back.
They kind of want you to get into.
Hey, how's your stream, Delia? What you guys get up
The
to?
scholar's ability to analyze and target enemies becomes quicker if you're closer to them.
Yeah, so it's a character skill. So it's recharges fairly quickly. And the idea is the longer you analyze an enemy, the more debuffs you can apply or more buffs you can apply on yourself and your team in the area.
Well, it was a birthday stream. Wait, Delia, is it your birthday today? Or am I tripping? Are they fucking with me?
The debuffs are decreased attack, and then if you get to level 3, the next hit does
hit does
even
more.
more
Yeah, more
damage
damage.
to those enemies. And on the flip side, if you buff yourself, you increase your stamina for the first one, and in the final level, you get a little shield that when hit, there's a shockwave that happens.
Yeah.
for me,
Do that
when I
running
was
attack.
playing,
Thank you. So 72. What was it beforehand? I already fucked it
The
up.
scholar's ability to analyze and target enemies becomes quicker if you're closer to them.
Yeah, so it's a character skill.
Aha. %60 more damage. Okay. On your next hit, which is like determination. So basically, it adds like a determination effect to everything. That's fine. You can combo that with an ult, yeah. But the thing is, like, you're going to be using it and debuff everyone, then people are just going to hit him randomly with like one light attack, then it goes away. That's huge, yeah, but it goes away after one hit. So if you hit with like a random dagger swing, it's going to go away. But you can hit him with something harder, and then like an ultimate. And maybe you could restage that. Be kind of crazy. But yeah, 60% more damage, it seems like.
So it's recharges fairly quickly, and the idea is the longer you analyze an enemy, the more debuffs you can apply or more buffs you can apply.
So the longer you analyze an enemy. So you can end it early. So this says there's a level 1 and a level 3. So there's only going to be 2 separate buffs.
On yourself and your team in the area. The debuffs are decreased attack,
But I've never seen them actually use it early. I don't understand.
and then if you get to level 3, the next hit does
hit does
even
more.
more
Yeah, more
damage
damage.
to those enemies. And on the flip side, if you buff yourself, you increase your stamina for the first one, and in the final level, you get a little shield that when hit, there's a
It is in Rome time. Well, let's get some happy birthdays for Delia then. Chat, stop everything that you're doing and say happy birthday to Delia. It's her birthday today. Undertaker sounds powerful? Yes.
shockwave that happens.
Yeah.
For me, when I was playing, it felt like I had to rewire my Nightreign brain
Why
to use
is my
items,
audio
and I
fucked?
felt like
Totally.
certainly on day one,
Can't hear
I
shit.
was, you can both tell me, I was not as impactful or effective as a teammate because I was too busy trying to get all of my item use to level 2, 3, so that later I would be more useful.
Yeah.
But the analyze
Okay, so it is a permanent buff, and there's actually 2 levels. So one of them is going to be a damage boost, and the other one actually adds a special effect. Which is crazy. So if the special effect for the lightning pot, or this pots in general, is going to be hitting twice, and that's before the damage boost, bruh.
stuff, and especially his ultimate art, which connects all of the enemies together and all of the allies together. So if you are, popping
Ah,
fast
wait.
together,
12?
stuff, and especially
Not even close to 100% of the
his
damage.
ultimate art, which connects all of the enemies together.
Not even close. Not even close. What, 20% of the damage? Not even close. How long does it last, though?
And all of the allies together. So if you are, popping a flask, everyone gets a little bit of health back.
Within range.
Within
Gotta be
range.
within his ult.
It has to be within range, too, to get the health back?
Ultimate range.
Analyze is just worse than restage? No cap. Yeah, the Analyze skill, it debuffs enemies to make them deal less damage. So it's different to restage. Restage is like you're dealing more damage to them. Whereas Analyze, they're going to be debuffed. Well, they can take more damage too, but just on the next hit. So it can do both. I wonder if it's more stance damage as well on that next hit. Hopefully it is. Because it kind of explodes and pops, kind of like an Iron Eye mark. So maybe it does more stance damage too. But it can also buff your allies. And if you can buff all your allies with a bubble, like imagine having a bubble on demand. Like you just keep spamming bubble and keeping your allies alive. It's like always having an uplifting aromatic. Because it applies it to yourself too. And it gives them a stamina increase.
Yes, and all enemies that are communed together take damage.
Yeah.
Linking them with other Nightfarers, obviously, if you are...
It seems like, is it a stamina recovery? It seems like a stamina bar increase, not a stamina recovery increase. So that stamina bar seems pretty large.
to deal a ton of damage, linking up with Undertaker.
So it's lifesteal and you can actually heal. It shares all healing. So I think if one person hits and gains lifesteal, everybody else gets lifesteal. And if you use your healing flask, then it changes too.
Duchess, you can do a lot. But ultimately, I think, especially compared to Undertaker, and it's difficult not to put them both in the same thing because they are both coming with the DLC, is that he feels slow. But certainly when there are multiple enemies, he's very, very useful.
I think that's kind of my thing with him. I don't think I'd rely on him for every boss, every
Wait, did it apply the bubble to him? Because she was out of range.
Night Lord I fight.
Did he get the bubble? Or the bubble's already gone?
He's very, very useful.
Because he held on to it.
That's kind of my thing with him. I don't think I'd rely on him for every boss,
Then he got the bubble.
every
And the bubble's gone. What? The bubble only lasts that long?
When there are multiple enemies, he's very, very useful.
I think that's kind of my thing with him. I don't think I'd rely on him for every boss.
You can choose to buff yourself all allies. You can't even actually buff your allies and yourself all at once. The bubble hit the enemy? You can't take damage by falling down like that.
Every
So he fell down like midair. It was midair and it wore off.
Night Lord I fight, but for the new one in particular.
And I couldn't even tell if it actually applied to them because a hippo was in the way.
Or Gladius, where there are opportunities, situations where you're fighting multiple bosses at once in one boss arena. I feel like having him could be
See, he applied the bubble to himself after locking onto everybody.
super helpful.
And it already wore off.
I think that's kind of my thing with him. I don't think I'd
It didn't. This tail doesn't have a hitbox. You can't fall on a tail. When was the last time you fell on a tail and took damage?
rely on him for every boss, every Night Lord I fight, but for the new one in particular. Or Gladius, where there are opportunities, situations where you're fighting multiple bosses at once in one boss arena. I feel like having him could
So it didn't even give the bubble to them. So you can only apply it to yourself or allies? Or yourself or allies like separately?
be super helpful.
I think
And the bubble lasts like a second? Like as a safety measure to get the skill off? But what's the point of fully charging it then? Because I said that's when you fully charge it, it gives you a bubble. But when you do it not charged, or not all the way, everybody gets the stamina increase.
of it, or I describe
But hold up, I also want to see this actual...
Bosses
It's a pretty big stamina increase though.
at once in one boss arena. I feel like having him could
See, they didn't get the bubble, but that's a pretty big stamina increase.
bosses at once.
It's like a +2. Is that a +2? So it's like almost doubling the
in
fucking
one
stamina
boss
bar.
arena. I feel like having him could be
It's more like a 30% increase. The bubble went off when he started sprinting. But it's the exact same time though. Like
I don't think I'd rely on him for every boss, every
he lost it a second there.
Lord I fight, but for the new one in particular, or
Alt where it feels
or Gladiator.
Certainly when there are.
Where the hell is it?
There are opportunities, situations where you're fighting multiple bosses at once in one boss arena. I feel like having him could be super helpful.
It lost at the exact same time. It only lost a second. Just a visual.
Fighting multiple bosses at once
A
in
Suzu?
one
Yeah.
boss arena. I feel like having
See, look, you have the damage negation buff right here. Damage negation buff
him could be super
gone. No damage negation buff. So it's a 1 second bubble.
helpful.
I think of it, or I describe it as Overwatch style soldier's ult, where it fills around, and you don't have to wait for it to be fully filled. You can use it after a certain chunk, which means if you're getting
So he has dog shit damaging stats. His shared ultimate damage is only 20% of the damage. The bubble lasts 1 second. The debuff to make enemies take more damage is only based on one hit. What the fuck are we doing here?
and overwhelmed by dogs or insects or whatever, you can quickly pop that and just clear things up. But it's most effective in those boss encounters.
I'd say my
20% for how long? I don't know how long.
least favorite thing about him, and this is mostly personal preference, is his proficient weapon are thrusting weapons. And I do not like thrusting weapons. They are my least favorite because I feel like I'm just poke, poke.
Hopefully, at the very least, hopefully his weapon comes to like an S scaling and arcane. Because if his weapon is just like a random dexterity thrusting sword, that'd be shit. Because he has a C. He has a C scaling in dexterity, intelligence, faith, strength. C scaling in every damaging stat. And he has an S scaling in arcane. But like there's only 10 weapons that actually have their damage scale of arcane. A D in strength? I take it back, a D in strength. My bad.
In a complete opposite, I suppose.
20%. I guess if the ultimate lasts a minute, 20% for a single target. How much for AoE skills? What do you mean? Well, enemies take 20% of the shared damage. So like you use your, so if you use the skill, use the ultimate, a wilder hits one enemy with an ultimate attack or whatever the fuck, then all of them take 20% of that ult damage. So this guy's going to be spamming the fuck out of pots. I think his pots is actually, his passive is going to be the biggest part about his kit. Because I think, I mean, I thought his character skill and his ultimate were going to be way better than what it is right now. We saw the, where are we at? Where is his relics again? So that one prevents the character skill slowing progress. Kind of almost useless. We'll see how it goes in practice. Gain a damage boost, at least. Targeted by character skill. I think after you use it, that is gain the boost. The runes, based on how many people you debuff. Sure. Continuous damage is going to be big. This one's probably going to be like the Ghost Flame explosion equivalent. I was going to see how much damage that is. Pot is after he used up FP. But like, what's he going to be using his FP for? For this? For his C scaling in faith and intelligence? Finally going to get a consumable run? Probably. I think his passive ability is going to carry a lot. Because at least he has like decent stamina and HP and stuff. A bow? I think so. Being that his weapon, I don't know. Unless his weapon comes with an arcane scaling. That's his only redeeming factor. Panda, thank you for the follow. If his weapon comes with like an arcane scaling, like an S scaling and arcane, then that's fine. Because you can make it like bleed or frost infused or whatever the fuck. And you can proc statuses quickly and still get respectable damage with a thrusting sword. Now, if the thrusting sword comes with a dexterity scaling, then that's really bad. And then that means if I'm going to build around this character, I'm just going all into pot damage. All into pot damage. And then spamming pots. And then spamming your skill, so at least support your teammates. And probably actually have the one that boosts your allies' damage. That'd be it. That's if his thrusting sword doesn't come with an arcane scaling. Affinity is good. Yeah, the affinity damage would be nice. But like pots, like the pot damage increases give you more of a damage boost than affinity damage. But if you find things like perfumes and stuff like that as well, or the what do you call them? The spark aromatics, whatever they're called. When you finish your pots, what then? You go buy more. Because you can at least buy an infinite amount of throwing pots. But yeah, you got to be using... Just keep supporting your allies. Just keep supporting your allies. Because you can't even attack when using your character skills. So you're going to be standing there doing no damage. But like, you're going to be debuffing enemies, buffing your allies. This one's going to be the biggest one. And hopefully... you can just get more ult back. So maybe some ult boosting stuff so you can keep spamming your ult. Because if you can get your ult back quickly, it can be better. And you can have this too. So I think these two are going to be like the most useful ones. But when you fight a boss that's resist to fire damage, then this guy's cooked. Because all you have is fire pots that you can buy infinite amounts of. You can get those gravity stone chunks, but you're only going to get a limited amount. Because those enemies... And if you have shifting earth event, like half of them are always gone. But you can kill them. But you got to use them to power it up. So maybe you can start off with gravity chunks. But they said that it's actually tied... It's not the individual item. It's by a class. So when you actually use a pot like 4 or 5 times, whatever it is, all your pots get the damage boost. Permanently. So I'm guessing maybe if you use like a throwing knife, maybe it boosts the damage of like, you know, maybe your kukris as well. Maybe the gravity chunks. Or maybe the gravity chunks are in combination with, like the cuck stones, whatever the fuck they're called. What's going on, Gremlin? How things, man? Better have an Iron Fist Alexander skin. I'm not too hopeful for skins. But that would be pretty cool. So, yeah. Save up your pots, your pot boosting consumable relics. But affinity damage is pretty good. But affinity damage is just for Deep of Night. You can't get affinity damage increases in regular game mode. I mean, you can get like fire attack up +2. Because Deep of Night's probably not going to be available day 1. Add extra fills 20% on one dummy, but 40% in total. That's just one character and it's hitting only 3 linked. That's true, yeah. I was kind of expecting like 50% of the damage, but I guess 20% is still fine. It depends on how long it lasts. If it only lasts 10 seconds, it's kind of like, ugh. Because like, what's it actually going to be useful for? Like 2 bosses and just a bunch of trash mobs. Like you can kill trash mobs quickly. And like, if I was doing 50% instead of 20% to trash mobs, is that really like, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Especially with how long it takes to actually... Because look, see how long it took to actually get all of them locked onto? But no, that's his ultimate character. Never mind. Disregard. Disregard. My brain is not braining.
We don't know exactly how these work in context, but I can tell you I am absolutely going to...
Back to this, whatever. Which one was it? Where was it up to? Which one was it? This one.
Let's talk about the other Nightfarer, which is the Undertaker. My personal favorite of the two. If you think the Scholar is kind of a slower approach, then the Undertaker is.
Can't use the new characters in Deep of Night. I'm not sure if they're going to be there day 1. Wait, no, yeah, you can just use them and... Yeah, I'm thinking about the new expeditions. Yeah, no. True. I'm stupid. Disregard everything that I said. But then again... Wait, who knows? Maybe they have to like add in the new specific relics. Volume? I'm turning it all the way up. This video is fucking quiet for some reason. I don't know why.
Very, very quick. Yeah. Very, very powerful. I think we all had a lot of fun with her.
I think
Yes,
she
she's
will
incredible.
probably be one of my top 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
One of my regular
yeah.
go-tos. Doesn't matter the boss, doesn't matter who I'm with. I want to play her as much as I can.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The amount of damage she can do. I mean, Jake, do you want to give us a brief overview?
Yeah, so I think the coolest thing to talk about is her ultimate.
Why would you be able to play? I'm tripping. I think you can. You should be able to play them Deep of Night day 1. Yeah, I'm tripping. I was thinking about the new game, like the new expeditions being in Deep of Night, not the new characters. I'm tripping. My bad.
Ability, which essentially, when you activate, she slingshots herself towards the enemy you're locked onto.
Settle down. Somebody ban this guy for telling me to settle down. Get him out of here.
The thing is that you can activate it whenever anyone else pops an ultimate within range.
Yes.
So you can get into situations where, I mean, we had a Duchess who'd pop their ult, and then we'd have 2 Undertakers who would both pop their ults following immediately, and then maybe one would have another ult who'd pop her normal ult, and then that would trigger the other Undertaker. So we'd have situations
And then
where
the
we'd
Duchess
just be...
would pop restage
Restage,
to
yeah.
like
To-
stack
do a
even
ton
more
of
damage.
So,
So
there
the-
were situations where we were just like ult, and you just watch boss bar.
So just to
get
be clear, when another character pops their ult, you get a free ult.
You get a free
So
ult.
it doesn't use your bar.
Yes.
Your ult bar. So you can use the free ult and then pop your actual ult that you've built up. And if you have another,
I wonder if the damage is the same. No, you can't chain a free ult based on the free ult. No, it wouldn't work that way. Because it seems like it's just like a purple, like it's... You probably have to time it as well. So say if you have like 2 allies that both pop their ult at the exact same time, you're only going to get the one for like limited amount of time, is what I'm assuming. So like one person pops her ult and then it gives you that buff. Like, hey, look, you can use this in the next like 3 or whatever seconds and you get a free ult.
Undertaker, you can have them team up as well. So free ult, core ult, core.
It's going to be like not as good. It's just like it's a passive ability that's just like not as good in solos or in duos.
ult.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it gets out of hand at times.
And she pulls out like a spiny bone from
Yeah.
her body that she hits people with. It's so cool.
I wish I could see the actual like...
From
Yeah.
her body that she hits people with. It's so cool.
It's hard to tell the damage because they both hit at the exact same time. It was about the same. The first one did about 600 to 700, and that was about 600 to 700, so yeah. It's about the same.
Her kind of other ability, Trance, means that she increased toughness, speed, combo attack power, and then if you have an ult gauge, you can pop that and you can get, you can dodge potentially lethal attack, just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very quick character. We had a lot.
That dodge is kind of somewhat concerning. She gets a lot of toughness, though. That toughness is crazy. That's like tier 4 fucking hardness type shit.
You can dodge potentially lethal attack, just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very quick character.
Look at that. She literally tanked that attack. That's fucking wild. It's a 4-hit chain for the relic. 4-hit combo.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's going to be just like a Twin Blade Talisman, because Twin Blade Talisman is like, what, 25% damage? Oh, no, they buffed it to get like 50% damage or whatever it is, which is still kind of whatever. Her dodge is sketchy? Yeah, it's kind of a weird... It's a quick dodge, so I'm guessing it's not going to have as many iframes.
Attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very...
They see that dodge didn't last
Quick
as long, right?
character.
So there's going to be lots of people getting roll caught. Because it's not like Duchess, how you can chain dodges back to back and extend the iframes. It's not going to be
We
like
had a lot
that.
of fun
Yeah.
teaming her up.
900 from one Godslayer? I mean, 1, this is a strength faith weapon, and 2, they're probably not playing Deep of Night, so...
With a bunch of different Nightfarers and seeing just how much damage.
She's surprisingly good at breaking through guard and like creating critical hit chances and that kind of stuff. Because if you like, I had a very heavy axe on her,
Yes.
and I was
Poise is nice, but it's pretty much worthless. You don't need trading attacks? Yeah. And Deep of Night is going to be fucking useless. But it does that in combination with this like more damage over time as well as faster movement speed and the lowest stamina cost while sprinting. So you just basically, it's a something that you just keep spamming every single time that you get it. But if you have the character skill and you use your ultimate, then you get another boost.
just spamming the attacks, and obviously that takes a chunk of her stamina out. So I was just
But they didn't actually showcase that happening. They said that you get like a wilder passive.
until the stamina was gone.
Did you hear the whole new map is disguised as the Shifting Earth? A whole new map is disguised as the Shifting Earth. There's going to be a bunch of map changes for some of the expeditions, they said. It probably like a reskinned version of the map that we have now.
Popping her trance because it just instantly refills it and then carries on going.
Isn't Godslayer's more dex? In the base game it is, yeah. In the base game, the Godslayer's greatsword is a quality weapon. But in this game, it's very much strength, faith.
So you can really pressure enemies and break through their guard to lead to like a visceral attack.
Yes.
And she specializes in hammers. Once again, the only character to specialize in hammers. And at one
They say in the video that the Shifting Math is an entirely unique map. Or Shifting Earth is an entirely unique map.
point, I got I think it's like the Hammer of America. I don't think we have footage because it was in one of the sections we weren't able to use it. But having that with her, I felt unstoppable until we fought the new boss.
Because it seems like when you see the original map, you don't see many different points of interest. But like there were some points where like you see like a new village, so like the Frenzied Flame Swamp. They'll probably talk about it.
Boss, and then
it's also really funny seeing this like thin,
tiny
tiny
girl,
woman.
giant hammer.
tiny nun woman who looks like a nun and is like giant hammer. Bang!
It's
really
like when
cool.
people give Revenant the giant sword.
Yeah.
It's similar energy. But
I mean,
she's so cool. She's,
very, very
like I
cool.
said, top 3 for sure.
So we did do the new boss balances, and when we were there, we were kind of talking about the
Balances. So I'm guessing the multi-boss, the angel boss is called the balances.
parts of the game we're going to play. I believe the phrase from the
Amber. Thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Can we get W's for Amber with the fresh Prime sub? Welcome on in. Thank you for the subscription. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing.
and Namco representative. was
Ring City enemies.
super hard. Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
And yeah,
Ring City. Oh, you talking about the Demon Princes? Yeah.
Not kidding.
not kidding at all. So you can see it briefly in the trailer. These angelic beings, I believe there's 7 of them.
Yes, 7.
This is where Scholar really became useful because
See, like there's this part, which doesn't look like it's going to be part of the Shifting Earth event. Because like the Shifting Earth event had like a very specific aesthetic. And this is like an underground section on the Shifting Earth. But like a frenzied plant with the nomads.
you can analyze and debuff so many of them at the same time. However,
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough because
We
they
weren't
are
able to
all-
buff enough.
Yeah, because
Or
Yes.
debuff
all
enough.
7 are attacking at once.
All 7 are actually attacking at once? The fuck? Zora, what's up, man?
And you have to be very careful then, because if you
if you
as
scatter
players,
too much,
if you scatter too much, you could put yourself in a position where you're not able to help others.
I was kind of right. This is kind of similar to a light greatsword moveset.
you
As
scatter too
players,
much.
if you scatter too much, you could put yourself in a position where you're not
Light greatsword at home. You're fine.
able to help others. But if you're too close together, you could just get, surrounded and spammed.
They had big area of effect attacks, like they
Yeah.
would do the big sweeping across the map, and so you might be focusing on one, and another one comes in from behind and just knocks the wind
Yeah.
right out of you.
It's a tough boss. I will say we didn't have access to
He just did the feint attack, by the way.
On one, and another one comes in from behind and just knocks the wind
Did he do that on purpose?
Yeah.
right out of you.
it's
Or is that like actually not a feint attack and it's probably something different?
It's a tough boss. I will say
it looks
we
just like
didn't
a
have
feint stack.
access to these characters' specific relic abilities, but we were able to see what they were. I don't remember what they were off the top of my head, but it definitely seems like you're going to want to get those relics before you take on this boss. They are kind of squishy on their own in terms of like you can take one down fairly
Look how
easily.
slowly it goes until...
But the thing is once you've defeated all 7, you've only we took out like a quarter of the health bar, if that.
Yeah.
He did all that charging up. All that charging up. Just to have them get debuffed. To take 60% more damage in one hit. What's up, man? Any new weapon show? No. I don't think there's gonna be any Shadow of the Earth weapons or spells at all.
And they all get back up, and one becomes like the leader. And
That's
it's just kind
it's
of
Great Hammers are good options too. Yeah. Any strength faith weapon will be fine. Perfectly fine.
again
the charge.
Melania. She becomes like the big. She starts doing like long range slice attacks that throw energy
Cover the
at
entire
you,
map.
covering the entire map. Yeah.
Swamps and forges. This is a map. Aha. So there's a poison. It's just a new point of interests. There's a crater here as well. There's the icon for the, what do they call them again? Balances. So there's a lightning fort, like thing looking place, and there's a poison. Okay, so it's probably just new points of interest. I don't think it's a whole new, I don't know. Maybe, well, I haven't actually talked about the shifting earth events. But a new frenzied flame point of interest could be cool. More chances to get frenzied flame incants, I guess. I don't know.
I mentioned up top, swamps are back.
Not only
There's so many swamps.
Yeah, there's
Oh, there's multiple swamps? Oh.
swamp of every flavor.
Yeah, so we found what, a sleep
Frenzy swamp,
A sleep swamp?
Poison swamp.
Oh, we probably saw that in the trailer, didn't we? New place in the top left?
That.
Yeah. Range map.
Well, yeah, so I'm covering this one. Yeah, no, right. I'm actually covering two of them. But yeah, it's the exact same one in this top right side, yeah.
These are integrated within the
They just look like the shaded castle.
original map, and they'll have different effects. But like you're saying, you kind of go deeper and deeper and deeper. There's a boss at
But
the
it's
end.
frenzy.
I would say you wouldn't want to do one of
This is a pretty big fucking point of interest. Is this gonna like replace the middle castle or?
these at the very beginning, maybe like end of
Swamps,
day one. I think
yes.
is probably when they start to feel doable. You could probably get away at like level 3 or 4, but
A chill mist rolls in and hail begins to rain. Motherfucking excuse me? What kind of raid is that?
Yeah. And also
we
they
started
do,
it in one and we just
Caligo event? It actually might be, yeah, you might be a Caligo, yeah.
got wrecked.
Yeah, they do impact how you're pacing out your run because, like all swamps, once you're in there, you slow down. It's hard to like roll through them, jump through them. There
Mushroom
are like
crown.
areas that you can like jump onto to give yourself some normal movement capabilities, but most people are gonna slowly trudge their way through it. And there's obviously some Nightfarers who have traversal abilities that will be able to quickly get through it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is in a tornado as well. Look how far from the that's a fucked up circle.
Like
Wilder.
I can.
What's that point of interest look like? Is that just the poison? So these poison castles in like random locations are actually this large? This is a huge point of interest. If these point of interest are actually massive that have multiple bosses, that's kind of crazy. That means you actually have like options outside of the middle castle that you could actually do that might give you a lot of runes, which is nice.
Zip through it, yeah.
In terms of other new elements, we've got forges. So, and sort of new, like the town, village.
Yeah,
setup
there's
from-
like a town.
She looks faster than everyone else. So the Undertaker, she can like sprint the same speed as her like surge sprint when she has her character skill active. And maybe that actually goes a bit faster than normal. There's a forge here.
surrounding the forge, kind of, and there's a boss in the town.
We saw this in the trailer.
And I think you need to find things to
There's
light
like a
the forge.
nearby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you light the forge, it allows you to re-roll and change the skill on your weapon.
Ah! Oh, we can't say the scaling's fuck. Change the skill?
So I think we didn't really touch this too
We did it-
much.
I
We
did
did
it
it
one
I
time,
did it
yeah.
once.
Clicking it!
I think for us as
Clicking
well.
it again!
And I think you need to find things to
There's
light
like a
the forge.
nearby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you light the forge, it allows you to re-roll and change
Does it change the infusion, though? Does it change the infusion, or does it
Skill
just change the skill?
your weapon.
We has a bleed, bleed...
And there's a
What?
boss in the town, and I think you need to find things to
There's
light
like a
the forge.
nearby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you light the forge, it allows you to re-roll and change the skill.
Is it random? You can't pick? He has Gravitas and Bleed on his Scholar's Thrusting Sword. It's probably, I think he's, I mean, it's probably the, what do you call it, the relics. Because you can have a relic for Gravitas and a relic for Bleed.
on your weapon. So I think we didn't really touch this too
We did it-
much.
I
We
did
did
it
it
one
yeah, I
time,
did it
yeah.
once.
It's just random, right? And it still kept the infusion. So the Bleed Seppuku, so it doesn't change the infusion. It just rolls. That's kind of cheeks. Rerolling incantations? It says change skill. It didn't seem like you could hover over an incantation, did it?
Forge, it allows you to re-roll and change the skill.
See, it doesn't hover over the seals. The seals are grayed out. You can't re-roll. Unless there's another place you can do it. You can't re-roll spells, yeah. Obscure, thank you for the follow. They're grayed out, the seals. But the weapons are... And it says skill, so... But it seems like it doesn't even change the infusion. So you can't, like, re-roll an infusion. Because, like, that blood clean rot sword was still a blood clean rot sword. It just got a different skill.
On your weapon. So I think we didn't really touch this too.
To a random skill. I wish it changed the infusion, too. That would have been pretty cool. I mean, I don't mind, like, a random... That's whatever, I guess. I mean, there's going to be a boss in this location. If you can, like, quickly just activate the forge, sometimes it might be decent. Revenant re-rolling her claws might be big for her. There's not many fist-based skills that I'd really want. Like, if you could actually have, like, Sacred Blade on a fist, that could be cool. Is the point of interest worth it, though? I mean, there's going to be a boss there at least, so... But maybe if you have a weapon skill that's, like, shit, like, maybe you want to go... I don't know. If it's something that's quick and easy, you might as well just do it. No DLC. I don't think there's going to be a DLC weapons and spells. I don't think so. I don't think that was ever going to happen. I think there's a pretty small chance of that happening. It might still happen. But I think with every single trailer that we've gotten, the chances of going from like 20% to like 15, 10, I'm now at like a 1% chance.
We did it.
I did it one time, once. I think for us as well, we were still being attacked by things, and so it was a bit chaotic when we were doing it, but it's really cool that you have that reroll ability opportunity within a game.
Aha!
Let's talk about the new map. So again, unfortunately, we cannot show this. We
New map.
played it a few times.
I do want to back up a little, though. This is like not a new map that you pick. This is a shifting earth.
Yes.
I think
Shifting
what's impressive, though, is the other shifting earths take place in that original map. This is an
one.
entirely new map.
Yes.
And I think they kind of undersold that,
Yeah, very much
until we
so.
actually played it. You fly into a completely different map.
The takeaway from it is more substantial than the existing shifting earths, and probably more substantial than you think it's going to be, because
So, why would they have a whole ass new map for the one shifting earth that you're probably going to get like 1% of the time? That's crazy. You can't even like, or you probably can pick it, but you can't pick it in Deep of Night if you end up getting it in Deep of Night. So there is a new map. Well, like, the new map is probably, like, the thing is, a brand new map doesn't really do much if you're going to have the exact same point of interest inside anyway. But if the whole shifting earth is the new map and everything's super unique, then...
they're calling it a shifting earth.
Yes.
Verticality, I think, is the big thing that leapt out at me. It seemed like as we were playing...
Verticality? I wonder if it's like a small map. And it's built on verticality. Alex, what's up, man?
There were just no real stretches of land.
No.
We were constantly
Jumping.
down places, going over bridges, spirits springing up. Like, obviously, there's a lot of verticality, I would say, in Limveld in general.
That's a Caligo raid. Look at that fucking circle. And the sky is all fucking frosty. And the hail starts to come by.
But
That's
it
Caligo.
felt like in this crystalline region, there was so much more of it, and it meant for us
Show
who were
us.
playing.
Show us the boss.
Obviously, Nightreign, cooperative game, you have to be talking and communicating.
Where are you
Felt like
pinging?
we did not stray far from each other at all when we were doing
No.
it, because it's so easy to get lost and get separated. There were certain times where I
Where is
fell
she?
and just like died
I wanna
completely.
see her.
Couldn't find you guys.
When you've got the night coming towards you, that verticality
Boo.
quickly becomes deadly.
They
because if
baited
you're not
us. I mean, it's a Caligo, though. That's pretty cool.
careful and you like
I
get
wonder how the fight's going to work there. Because surely it's not going to be a regular Caligo fight, which is fucking flying around everywhere.
turned around or disorientated, you can end up dying very quickly.
Falling off a cliff.
Yeah.
Yes, I definitely did do
Who
that.
did that? Not me.
Not me. But no, I mean, it's also stunning.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. It's got this like...
Ethereal music.
Yeah, it's got
Yeah,
really
music.
good
Choral,
music. It's all
ethereal
crystal
music.
based. There's like a mechanic within the area itself that involves finding these specific crystals at different points, destroying them, and kind of unlocking a crystal in the middle, which where you go to will give you something.
Yeah, just like other shifting Earths. There's like a loose objective, you get that, and in theory, it could help you with a boss. Or in our situation, there was an area of the map that you got Crystal Curse if you were there, which just cuts your health in half. So
Crystal Curse? That's a Crystal Cave reference and Seath.
if you do that first, you get that ability, and then you clear that area. You won't have to deal with Crystal Curse.
I think it's going to breathe some life into that community again.
Moog! What? Is there a random Moog? What?
Which is doing pretty well, and they enjoy the experience,
What?
but more substantial than you probably think it is. It is a paid upgrade.
Unless you have the collector's
Unless you have the
edition.
collector's.
It is $15, which is,
Hello?
I think, a very good deal for what
Yeah.
you're getting. I, as someone who played so much of it, I will definitely get hours and hours and hours out of this.
Yeah.
Like experimenting with these new characters, messing around with relics. I mentioned that, like, I think for me, as of now at least, Scholar is the weaker of the two in my opinion, but I could
Well, hold up. I want to see this map again.
as of now at least, Scholar is the weaker of the two in my
See, I don't think any of the new points of interest are going to be added to the older expeditions. Because this is a Libra expedition, and there's nothing new on this map. So I think the new point of interest, new shifting Earth, all of that, the new raids, they're going to be specifically... They're going to be specifically for the new expeditions. Surely. Because it's going to be paid, and you're going to have to pay for the new stuff. So the new map, new shifting Earth. Only the characters as well. Only thing will be like, I guess they're characters' weapons. I guess you can drop them for your team. I think even the new bosses too. Like, surely you won't be able to fight Moog and Artorias and Demon Princes and stuff. I feel like that's how it's gonna work.
opinion, but I could
I might be wrong.
definitely see the depth there.
Yeah.
And I think once I understand that depth better, and once I have relics to support the kind of way I want to play, I could see myself playing a lot of that.
I'll pay a $15 Artorias tax just to see him.
Because like everyone right now, like the whole player base is playing Deep of Night, and when this DLC comes out, they're gonna be playing the DLC. Matchmaking is gonna be a problem for the base game.
Again.
Yeah.
Happy to.
Yeah, and one last thing, they do have bespoke stories.
Yep.
I'm one of the weirdos who completed every single character's story.
Every scenario.
I'm very excited for that.
And there are some parts of like character history as well that feel like they connect into certain themes and narratives and ideas that the community has been trying to piece together. So there's for the lore hunters out there, there's some stuff in there already that is gonna be good for connective tissue.
Yes, absolutely. So we also have character breakdowns of the Scholar and Undertaker. We've got videos of those up, so go check that out. Tam also did an interview with From
Yep.
Software to ask burning questions.
You can read that on the site.
Yes, and for more.
That $15, 2 Big Macs. What do you think it's worth? If you think 2 Big Macs are better than this DLC, then go ahead. Wait, was there another? Didn't they drop like another random video? Did they? No. Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. Okay. What's the Famitsu stream? I don't know who that is. Let's read the interview. There's an interview? What, did GameSpot have an interview? Okay, let's go see. Nightreign interview. What month are we in? December. Who's got this interview? They mentioned a FromSoft interview. Oh. Where? If you know the interviews, link it in the chat.
Use the one that boosts allies' attacks. Based on our experience, it seems like Scholar could pair nicely with almost any Nightfare, but
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where's the interview part? Because this is probably just... Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Is the entire thing just merged in with the interview, or... Because I'm trying to look for... Oh, it's all here. Never mind. The entire thing is it. New points interesting to play Jack in the Limbo. Okay, Nightfares are cool. Swamps. Shifting Earth, which is essentially a brand new map that is distinct from Limveld, as opposed to a much smaller scale change in the environments that we're used to expecting. Not expecting too much is indeed good advice. However, at the same time, I thought that the Forsaken Hollows was going to be what it is. Caught me off guard, same way. Anything big? Lots of... We basically know everything now. We basically know everything. Bolt's gone on Sarab. We know everything. We know the scalings of the characters, the new relics, perks, the new bosses that we're gonna get. We saw a fucking Moog.
Into that they enjoy the experience.
We know basically everything now. Now it is watching an interview, okay? It's more or less has sorts of been in line with our expectations. I would say it's definitely a success from that standpoint. I think that the overall gameplay has been well received as well. And we were kind of surprised to see players' interpretations of the relationship between the main characters and how they're all friendly and nice with each other. Which when we were developing the game, we didn't really consider it, so it's fun to see that the users have made their own versions of it. The From Software community being able to connect the dots in unexpected ways, some surprise, yada yada yada. What caught me off guard, however, is how more pronounced backlash was in this game, given that pretty obvious asset flip in most ways. Despite this, the focus of discussion has been around the From's considers mechanics and delicately placed and balanced design. Okay, with that in mind, it might not strike you as surprising for Forsaken Hollows brand new Nightreign content. Take the Skull and Undertaker first. Okay, where's the quotes for Ishizaki? Is this all of his quotes? I don't think so. No, it's just him speaking. Function badly initially. Okay, he's just describing... This is reading the script that he had for his video. That we've already seen. Where is the interview? Far more aggressive, feeling close to Wilder in terms of offensive potential and movement capabilities. Yep. Definitely some sort of synergistic way to look of looking at it, and that's where a lot of these ideas originally stem from, trying to figure out where they can fit in the ultimate equation with other characters. I'm trying to figure out how we can get players not only to work together, but almost work on top of each other. Not just necessarily going at it and seeing what characters can work well together, but what characters can work well by themselves and also in combination. The main takeaway we had post-release was just there was a lot of trouble trying to get the balancing right. I think balancing is just so subjective, so a lot of our thought post-release working up to the DLC were... How can we get the balancing in mind with what we were initially envisioning? And also with the balancing said, how can we take a different approach and devise new enemies, new characters and stuff like that to play into that and utilize the new balancing that we're working with. Don't want it to be so hard that the new players can't get into it, but I think the original idea is that when the game initially had come out, there were even players who were veterans or some other games trying to figure out the new systems, trying to figure out how the game works. Think about our ideas to when we're working the DLC content to be a reflection of that. So when people who have played the main game extensively go into the DLC content, they'll be able to have a bit of a feeling like they had when they first played Nightreign, whereas there's still a bit that they're trying to figure out. Definitely a little bit harder, but it's not ridiculous or anything like that. But that's still within what we'll consider to be a fair challenge. So they're calling the DLC a bit harder. That's to be expected. The big draw of the Forsaken Hollow is definitely the new characters and location. From I've done some tweaking in the Limbo map. Okay, when you go back to the thingy. We're definitely aware of the swamp meme. It's not like there's a rule or any sort of policy here when it comes to like we have to have a swamp in there, but it always just seems to be that before you even realize someone's come up with the idea, it's already sort of in there, and it's just sort of taken its life of its own. That's funny. The main game for Nightreign did not have a swamp, so I didn't. I do see what you mean now, having it added with the DLC. Definitely one of those things. Just seems like our game ends up with a swamp, even though there's not like a specific rule. We have to put it in there. Just how it ends up. It just ends up being that way. What are you reading? Just the GameSpot interview with Ishizaki, the director of the game. Where's the more... I want to know what he says. Verticality. Okay, he's talking about the verticality. The idea behind that was that the original map was definitely very horizontally focused, and when looking at that through a lens, working at the DLC, we were thinking, where else was there to go but up, right? We can add verticality to this and do it in a way where it doesn't detract from the horizontal aspect of the map. So that's where it came from, trying to figure out how we add to it in such a way that expands upon the verticality. One of those things where a lot of our staff have also been playing Shadow of the Erdtree as a development for Nightreign has been going on. So there's probably a little bit of influence there, but I don't think Erdtree's influence is necessarily intentional. It might just be almost like a subconscious, but there's definitely, I think, a bit of that for sure. So they were developing Nightreign when Shadow of the Erdtree released. So that explains why there wasn't like any Shadow of the Erdtree stuff, because like they were both being developed at the exact same time. But they were playing Shadow of the Erdtree, and some of that influence ended up coming into the game, I guess, is what they're saying. Maybe for the DLC too is why they're having the DLC enemies. New Day 3 boss, another big addition. It said that there's going to be one new boss from every Dark Souls game in Elden Ring. So I think we're going to get Moog as the Elden Ring boss. Demon Prince is a Dark Souls 3 boss. Artorias is a Dark Souls 1 boss. And then Dark Souls 2 is probably someone random. But we've actually got a DLC boss. So it might be Fume Knight. There's a very good chance that it is Fume Knight. Because if you've got a Dark Souls 1 DLC boss, a Dark Souls 3 DLC boss, then surely Dark Souls 2 has to be a DLC boss. Surely. So it's either Fume Knight or like Sora alone. If they like us. Dark Lurker? Dark Lurker's not a DLC boss though. Moog is in the DLC? I said Dark Souls, not Elden Ring. And the schedule was always very tight, and we had very limited resources, so it was always like a battle of trying to do something that is doable within the limitation, but also doing it to the point where it feels like the users are going to be satisfied. And I think all of the development stuff, everyone really does want to make something is truly special and really does want to surprise the users. Even if we want to do something doable, it's like everyone wants to make something, be it just a bit better. So there's always this sort of push from everyone just to do a little bit more, and it sort of snowballs generally. Honestly, I think it comes from our staff and their love for the craft, for the players, and really wanting to try to make something the best it can be. I want to know what the budget was for this game, like how much they were actually given. It's like, no, you're not allowed to add all this stuff. We don't have the money for that. When are the viewer runs starting? We're probably not going to do viewer runs anymore. Because I wanted to do viewer runs, and then like all this shit happened. Basically, as I went live. I'm like, okay, now we're doing this. Reflect on the experiences. Someone, key voices of From Software now is successful Nightreign. We had a really good idea that just happened to sort of land right at that time. Pretty much the only way we were able to do it, to use other assets and focus most of the budget on really just polishing it and making sure that the gameplay loop and experience is unique and fun. They definitely did that, yeah. In the future, it's definitely not going to be something that we would, from the outset, be like, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to make the games. I think it really just is if we have a really good idea, someone comes up with something great, and it's just at the right time, and it feels like that's the only way to do it, then it's worth considering. definitely wouldn't put sort of high priority scenario for sure. It was a challenge, definitely the first time doing that, the first time being able to, given that level of responsibility and definitely wanting the project to succeed. So I think given the results, it has provided a lot of confidence and reassured me as a creator that what I'm doing isn't necessarily wrong, and I can trust my instincts. Definitely going to be points of reflection as well. I don't really know what it's going to be like going forward, but given the opportunity, I would definitely like to take my learnings from developing Nightreign and feed them into something new and something that I can be proud of. I expect this won't be the last time FromSoft leans into something unexpected and experimental. Probably not. Interesting. He's not proud of this one? He didn't imply that. He said, just make something new that I can be proud of. Like, I think. He's talking about the new game that he wants to make. Doesn't imply that he's not proud of this one, because clearly he is. Anyway. Cool. I think like I don't know, I think there's probably someone higher up that just like let them know, it's like, hey, look, you can't be adding in all this shit. They probably just gave him like a small budget. It's like, go do this. Yeah. Well, that's cool. We learned a lot of new things. I might have to make a massive fucking video today. Oh boy. FromSoft is lame. AF Scholar might as well be a wet sock and no DLC weapons. They always find new ways to disappoint us. Well, I was not disappointed in the Scholar. But I had zero expectations about DLC weapons. I don't know why everyone was convinced that there was going to be DLC weapons in the game. Anyway. Scholar looks mid as fuck. Yeah, he's going to be a pot-throwing type of guy. Unless they didn't actually tell us about his scalings of his weapon.
To play Elden Ring Night.
I wonder if the Demon Princes are going to do rot. I mean, don't the Demon Princes normally do poison? When did it do poison? Why do you think the Scholar is bad? Because look at his stats for one.
At AD, so Arcane Dex weapons are his best friend.
He has an S scaling and Arcane, and everything else sucks. And Arcane is like the worst damaging stat that you can get. Because there's like no weapons that actually scale up Arcane. And there's no spells that scale up Arcane. So this B scaling and FP is pretty much useless as well. So that's number one. And number two, his character skill takes a while to charge up.
And allies in order to issue.
And it does make enemies do less damage. But it does make them take more damage, but it's just on one hit. So you have to charge it up all this way.
Buffs and debuffs. Upon activating
and
his
then
character skill,
you apply a debuff.
He lowers his weapon, making you vulnerable, and a big circle appears on the screen, which...
And look, when they're that far away, it takes forever to build up. And when you turn off the screen,
you can aim.
And you're straight back towards it.
In that circle,
you have to do it again.
Will be analyzed, and the longer you analyze, the more buffs and debuffs stack.
See, and like when you hit them one time, they take 60% more damage, but it goes away. So if someone hits them with a light attack, you just did all that time to make your one dagger light attack do like 60% more damage. Obviously, you can pair it with like, you know, if there's communication in this game, you can have someone just pop an ult at the exact same time. He has a relic that changes that? Yeah, but that should be part of his base kit. That's one. But even the self buff that he has, because he has a self buff, and it only lasts like a second. Where is it?
Analyze multiple enemies and allies at once, effectively crippling entire groups if you manage to capture them all in one circle.
So he debuffs them there.
Especially, we weren't allowed to capture footage of this, but you'll be communion together.
Where the hell is it?
Another
was it in this clip?
Skill is especially useful for the new Day 3 boss, the Balancers. We weren't allowed to capture footage of this boss, but as the trailer teased, you'll be fighting multiple enemies at once. Based on our experience, it seems like Scholar could pair nicely with almost any...
I forget where that clip was. It was probably in the other video. Yeah, there's no occult infusion in this game. Does it work with a pot? Yeah, it should. Not this one. Not this one. They talked about him at the beginning. I think it was here.
Having him could be
This bubble. He spawns in a bubble for himself after like holding on and locking onto an enemy for a few, like how long?
This is at once in one boss arena. I feel like
And then he buffs himself, and this is how long the bubble lasts.
him could be super helpful.
It's gone. It's like a 1 to 2 second bubble. But you get like more stamina though. You get like a 30% larger stamina bar. But the bubble lasts a second. And it happens here too.
I'd rely
He does it
on
here.
him for
He puts a bubble on himself,
every boss, every...
and then it's gone. It's not when you sprint, it's just gone after a second. Because he sprints straight away here.
Multiple enemies. He's very, very useful.
I think that's kind of my thing with him. I
So he
don't
waits
think
for it.
I'd rely...
You can end it early and give everyone a stamina boost, or you can have it be fully charged and give yourself a bubble.
on him for every
And this is how long the bubble lasts. Like he's sprinting already here,
boss, every...
and then like it popped already here. It's already popped. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. The bubble stays longer when you're fighting the nomads in the video. Okay.
I go deeper and deeper and deeper. There's a boss at the end. I would say you wouldn't want to do one of these at the very beginning. Maybe like end of day one, I think is probably when they start to feel doable. You could probably
Maybe if you hold on to it for longer.
get away at like
Do it down yourself, grudge daily get through
Which
it.
video? This video or the other
the
one?
town.
To retouch this, we
The other, yes.
it's felt like so easy to get lost and get.
And a Kaliga raid, by the way. Undertaker stats are good. Undertaker has B in HP, A in strength, and an A in faith. Stamina and FP is kind of weak, but I guess they don't want to have her like completely outclass the Revenant, so she has like pretty weak FP. But you can still go into a spell casting character if you wanted to, and just do some FP buffs. Just have like 1 FP boost, like 3 or more seals equipped, whatever the fuck. And her stamina is gonna suck a little bit, but she has her character skill that lets her have like less stamina cost for some things, like sprinting or whatever. Using her skill to poise cast might be legit. True, she can poise cast. Yeah, you're right. Undertaker might be the only good thing in this DLC. Well, the new bosses seem like they're gonna be pretty cool. Well, we don't have the gameplay, but I don't doubt the new bosses will be cool. And the Shifting Earth is basically an entire brand new map, so there's a new map, which is nice too.
It's separated.
Where is this clip with the nomads that you're talking about? Here?
And just knocks the wind right out of you.
It's a tough boss. I will say we didn't have access to these.
He didn't do that himself. That was a bubble.
It's-
Wait. Oh, there is a bubble there.
Focusing on one.
He had a bubble. Is it the...
Attacks, like they would do the big sweeping across the map, and so you might be focusing on one,
Oh, it's a successive attacks bubble. It's successive attacks.
and another one comes in from behind and just knocks
Because he didn't have it at the beginning.
the map, and so you might be focusing on one, and another
Yeah.
one comes in from behind and just knocks the wind right out of you.
It's a tough boss. I will say we didn't have access to these characters' specific relic abilities, but we were able to see what they were. I don't remember what they were off the top of my head, but it definitely seems like you're going to want to get those relics before you take on this boss. They are.
And her relic abilities seem pretty good. All these seem pretty solid. Activating ultimate art increases attack power, which typically getting an ultimate every now and then. But if that works with a passive, because your passive can let you have a second ultimate, and you could use that and get a damage boost too. And if it's something as big as like an ultimate attack, they're going to make it be pretty high, I think. This could be like 20 to 30% more damage. And that could be kind of crazy if it lasts like 30 seconds or whatever. So that could be a one to use. Because like Recluse has her one, right? And what's Recluse's one? When she procs bleed on herself? What's that one like? How big is that? Cyreb, how big is that number? Is that 25% or some shit? Pop. Thank you for the follow. Only 15? Okay, well, it's not going to be 20% then. Never mind. Because that one has a downside. If you prop your ult, it makes you proc bleed. So it might be 15% as well. Because the fact that it procs bleed could be pretty cool when you have those like blood loss in vicinity perks. Read Undertaker passive again. Where is it listed? Allies execution of arts enables additional arts activation regardless of gauge. That's what it says. Nothing else. Revenants defeating enemy's ult charge start at each fight gives both Undertakers and ult 20% damage minimum. Yeah, yeah, that could be a good pairing, yeah. That could be a good pairing. So it's probably going to be like 10, 15%. It says all your foes. What? Allies' execution of art enables art activation regardless of gauge. What are we talking about here? On the training side? Oh. Here? Oh. Can activate ultimate arts when allies or foes execute so... Chat. 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 It's after a grab attack, she might get it for free. After she drops a grab attack, she might get it for free. She lights up purple after a grab attack. What? What? That's fucking stupid. Bruh. Adele counter? Anybody, really? Could have speculated that since the trailer, though. I completely forgot about that, because I remember I was like, why would they showcase this grab attack? Enhance attack or press R2 while holding Y plus L2. Huh? Oh, yeah. That's right. She can actually use her ults as her character skill to actually get a damage boost. What is we be whatting about? When she dodges a grab attack, she gets a free ult for a few seconds. That's crazy, Nerf Revenant. She has everything? That's fucked up. What have they done? I don't know. So that actually makes it useful in solos then. So in solo, it actually has a use. Okay, but trains is kind of interesting here. Because they said when you have your ult with max art gauge, enhance attack. when you hold it, or press RT while holding triangle LT? Oh. So it's saying like you just activate your skill, activate your ultimate while using your character skill gives you a damage boost. That's what they said, right? Yeah. Did they show any skins? No. So when she gets a damage boost when she has her skill active.
Full her own ultimate art.
What, do we have any gameplay of her having her skill active with her ultimate, please?
Damage, and you can even do it mid-air. It's perfect to help close gaps, and thanks to Confluence, can be used to stack incredible amounts of damage very quickly. It's worth getting used to the amount of there is nothing fewer little obstacles go splat. You can ally Undertaker with Dutch art. You can pop low, restage in 3 seconds in your way. See what HP while the fight effect on characters' health bars deplete in seconds. Keep an
Why
eye
is there
on
not a
tough
single
stamina
clip
comp, but as
of the ultimate being used
much easier. Undertaker can fit in any comp, but we even try
with their character skill active? There's not a single clip. What is this?
Probably be one of my top 3.
Yeah,
I think one of my regular go-tos
amount-
is her towards the end pops. And I mean, both pop her
normal stage. All the character pops their ult. You get a free ult.
You get a free
So it doesn't use your bar.
Yes.
Your ult bar. So you can use the free, get a free ult.
You get a free
It literally
So it
just
doesn't-
wore off when they got it. It's like, guys, just use it. I just wanted to see
Use
the
your
damage
bar.
boost. I just want to see if there's going to be a damage boost.
Yes.
Your ult bar. So you can use the free ult.
That's loud as fuck.
You can pop that, and you can get, you can dodge potentially lethal attack, just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very quick character, and you get more attack power. So you can dodge, and if you have an ult gauge, you can pop that, and you can get, you can dodge potentially lethal attack, just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very quick.
It's not stated that she can dodge a death blow like Wilder can in any of the descriptions. But that's what she's saying that it does.
We had a lot of fun
Yeah.
teaming her up with a bunch of different Nightfarers and seeing
She poised through the Reddit slash. Yeah, she gets, when she uses the skill, you just get a whole bunch of toughness or hardness.
just how much damage.
She's surprisingly
Use the skill first so I can see it.
good at breaking
Why would you use it without the skill? I wanted to see. Come
through
on.
guard and like creating critical hits.
Why do they
on
hate us?
trances And spamming the gone, popping her trance because it just instantly refills it and then carries on going. So you can really pressure enemies and break through their guard.
They do it here. Use the skill.
And she specializes in
And
hammers.
use the
Once
ult.
again,
Just
the
combo them
only
together,
You
please.
do specialize in hammers, and at one point I got I think it's like the Hammer of America. I don't think we have footage because it was in one of the sections we weren't able to use it. But having that with her,
Yeah.
I felt unstoppable until we fought the new boss, and then
It's also
Use the
really
ult
fun
quick. You
seeing
have your skill active.
thin,
tiny.
God damn it.
So we did do the new boss with her, Adam, analyze
You
and
skipped
detail.
over
Yourself,
something
you know,
important in the
surrounded and-
interview. There are forges you can reroll weapon passes down.
I didn't skip over anything in the interview. Actually, everything that they said, well, I skipped the interview, but everything that they talked about in that interview, they've talked about in this video. So the forge shit is right here.
So when you light the forge, it allows you to re-roll to
We did it.
You can change your passive randomly. But habitually, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it, man. Demon Princes? Yes, Demon Princes. Thank you for the $5 donation.
I
did it one
I did
time,
it
yeah.
once. I think for us as well, we were still being attacked by
Gambit in-game? Gambit in-game, yes.
and then if you have an ult gauge, you can pop that and you can get, you can dodge. He is a very aggressive, very quick character. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Skill or passive? What do you mean? Did they add Shadow of the Earth weapons? No.
Teaming her up.
Good. So that you can
I just
Specializes
don't
in hammers.
understand.
Once again, the only bit covering up every flavor.
Got it.
And boss end of probably.
They haven't
Yeah, yourself
showcased.
to give yourself
They
some-
talked about using the ult when you have your skill active, and it gives you an extra boost, and there's no gameplay for this.
normal, and there's NI can
So
There's like fine.
changed so much. And so with let's times
yes much more youth
the biz. I would say there was so much more. You have to stray separated. I
become
couldn't find you guys.
when you've got the knight coming towards you,
There's Kaliga. I wonder how the fight's gonna go. Surely it's not just like just a regular Kaliga fight, which is flying around everywhere. Maybe it is.
that verticality quickly becomes deadly, because if you're dying, which way you go to is doing pretty well and they enjoy the experience, but more
Why
substantial.
would you use
than
the ultimate without the
probably
character skill? I'm just confused why you would use the ultimate without the character skill. Doesn't the attack boost come from the relic?
Doesn't the attack boost
Yes.
come from a relic effect?
There
and
is
not a
something, but it
part of
says that
their
as well in
ability?
the
Good
passive
stuff anyways.
thing here. Where is it at? Not this fucking bozo. Where's the other one? Where's the girl?
Slingshots her.
Yeah. Hold with art gauge to enhance attack. Unless it means like the skill itself does, or the ultimate itself does more damage. But Humpty, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate it. Can we get W's for Humpty with the $5 donation, as well as habitually. Thank you guys for the donations.
Self towards the enemy you're locked
I think it buffs the ult. It might just buff the ult, yeah.
onto. The thing is,
So why would you ever use it without it?
is that you can activate it whenever anyone else pops an ultimate within range.
Yes.
So you can get into situations.
Can it activate when allies or foes execute certain attacks? Yes, when you dodge a grab attack, it gives you a free ult. Pretty cool stuff. Is it complete full map change? Yes. It is. Specifically when you have the shifting earth event. So when you have the shifting earth event, it's a brand new map. So like it's gonna be like 5% of the time you're gonna get a brand new map. But the other 95% of the time you're not gonna play the new map.
Where I mean,
Unless you like conjure up the shifting earth event all the time. But in Deep of Night, who knows what the hell's gonna happen. Anyway.
like
Across the map,
There's so much fucking information to
in the
share.
town.
we were still being attacked.
I don't think it's a grab attack that needs to be dodged. I think it's just a special attacks to bosses at each HP threshold. Maybe. Maybe. It could be. They didn't specify anything like that, though. They didn't even talk about that. Or foes execute certain attacks. I'm just gonna go based on the fact that it's grab attacks. I'm just gonna go based on that. I'm just gonna assume grab attacks because like Astel doesn't do anything like he can start off with that grab attack, right? I don't think it's like a second phase transition type of thing, is it? I think it had to be something with like you dodging it. So like if you dodge, who knows? Because it'd be kind of crazy if like, you know, Hyolster starts doing his massive like fucking big AoE attack. It's like, oh, here's a free ultimate. I don't think it'd be something like that. I think you have to like actually dodge something and actually an action has to take place. And dodging a grab seems to be that way. Because like dodging a grab already gives you like 20% of your ultimate attack anyway. So I was like, what's a free ultimate, right? At 50% he does it? Okay. Be kind of weird if like after every single phase transition you just get a free ult. How is Scholar? Doesn't seem that good. He seems like it's going to be... I mean, two things... Actually, the one thing that I'm concerned about most is his thrusting sword scalings. If his thrusting sword has an S scaling in Arcane, then I think we'll be fine. But you'll be very much limited to his thrusting sword. But you might be able to run things like Dormant... Well, I guess for Deeper Night specifically. But you can run things like Dormant... What would be like a good weapon type to run Dormant for? To try and fish for an Arcane weapon? I don't know. Maybe just like leave your... Yeah, Cian's Dex. If he's like Thrusting Sword is a pure arcane weapon, then you could just run like a couple status effects on it. Eleonora's, yeah, but Eleonora's still is like more dexterity. The only weapons that are like a pure arcane is the Ripple Crescent Halberd and the Ripple Crescent Axe. There are things more OP than from 600 free damage after a grab dodge. Yeah, but it's crazy that her passive ability can just literally do it. I mean, I guess it was like put in place just for like having the passive be useful for solo. But it's free. And it doesn't actually affect your art gauge as well. And it's a free stagger too. It's fucking crazy. What a crazy ass character.
Towards the enemy you're locked onto. The thing is,
and there's perks that give her a damage boost when she procs her ult. And that ult can do more damage if you pop your character skill beforehand, which they never do.
is that you can activate it whenever anyone else pops an ultimate
See, it doesn't even affect the original art gauge.
within.
And it definitely beats a passive like the fucking Executors. Like this is the Undertaker's passive is like a free ultimate attack. And Executor's passive is like, oh, if you get hit with a status effect, you get some more damage. What kind of fuck shit is that?
Range.
Yes.
Undertaker.
Staged.
Anyway. An ult that never misses, yeah. And you get iframes the entire time.
Bosses at once in one boss arena. I feel like having him could be super helpful.
I think
It probably do like just as much damage as like a Guardian ult. Well, how much, let's go load up the game. Oh, I'm on a PS5 right now. I'm not gonna change things over. But I think a Guardian ult does about that much. How many hours left of what? Executor now S tier because of the status swamps? I don't think the status effect swamps would make him that more useful. 600 damage is more than Iron Eye ult, is it? So it'll just be like, it'll be in between Iron Eye and Wilder then. But I want to see what happens, how much more damage it gets when you actually pop your character skill first. You'd think they would showcase these things. And the thing is, it doesn't look like her character skill actually has like it's like a Duchess animation too. Like there's no like animation to pop your character skill. It just like, you just happen to just use it. It's like a buff that you can just always spam. It comes back every 10 seconds. Like, here you go. Like for half the expedition, you can just always have that passive active, which is just like infinite poise, lower going just sprinting just gives you like faster movement. And then potentially more ult damage. Which is cool, I guess. Was there anything else that it did? Oh, her dodges as well. It actually improves her dodge. But I said the dodge was specifically for the
Very
ultimate?
aggressive, very quick character.
Or after
We have
using the ultimate?
A lot of fun
yeah.
teaming her up with a bunch of different Nightfarers and seeing just
Yeah, that's because she has a regular dodge there. She has a regular dodge roll, but she gets the dash dodge
how much
after she
She's
uses her
surprisingly good
character
at
skill.
breaking through guard and like creating critical hit chances and that kind of stuff, because if and obviously that takes a chunk of her stamina out her.
Yes.
And I
It's
was
a pretty
just
decent dodge roll as well.
spamming the attacks, and obviously that takes a chunk of her.
That looks like a light roll, does it not? That's 100% a light roll.
Very heavy axe on her.
Yes.
And I was just spamming.
It has auto dodge. They didn't describe it as auto dodge. They just described it as that she has...
The attacks, and obviously that takes a chunk of her.
That's light roll, 100%. She's squishy. She has a B scaling in HP, which is she has the exact same amount of health as the Executor, which is like half between Wilder and like an Iron Eye or whatever.
Stamina out. So I was just waiting until the stamina was gone.
So it's like 1,000 HP at level 15. Assuming it's the same as Executor. Might be a bit more or less. Because B could be a range.
Popping her trance because it just instantly refills it and then carries on going. So you can really pressure enemies.
2 Undertakers can infinitely chain ults? No, it doesn't seem like... It seems like it's a timed thing. So like when someone pops their ult... And I don't think the passive will proc it as well. So you're able to infinitely chain ultimates based on the passive. I think the game would recognize that the passive ult is not a regular ult. Extra Vigor fixes that. Yeah, she's very versatile. You can play in many different ways. You can just run like an FP boosting relic and just have her be spell based stuff and have her like poise cast. And all of her character relics seem pretty good too.
When another player uses their E while ultimate art is active.
So you can even have her be fucking support. Contact allies restores her HP while ultimate art is activated. Contact with allies. Would I have to like hit them directly every single time, or can I just go pass through them? Well, like, actually, you know what could be cool? Like, you could just use your passive ultimate to just heal your allies sometimes. But like, they're weak. Surely it restores their full health. Surely. So someone can hit their ult and be like, fuck, I'm low HP, I'm going to use my ult, and then you're going to use your ult to heal me. I'm going to stand next to the boss and hit us both at the same time. That could be cool. And notice how, like, she can restore people's HP without having to drain her own health like a certain other character can. And attack power increased by landing the final attack blow of attack chain. Now, this one I'm not going to care for as much. Even though, oh, it's another thing, her character skill can actually give her more damage the more that you attack. So you kind of want to go into R1 spamming. It just depends on how much more. But if it's a 4 light attack combo, and with a hammer, it's pretty rare to get to that 4th light attack. Maybe when you're playing trios, you're more likely to do it because enemies can take aggro for you. But with the extra bit of poise, you can poise through it. Unless you're in Deep of Night, then you're getting one shot. But when I'm playing with hammers, I kind of want to mainly go with like charged heavy attacks. Rate Blash, thank you for the follow.
Activated. Attack power increased by landing the final blow of a chain attack.
But this one's pretty interesting though. I want to see the damage boost of this one. Because like any single time that you use like an incantation buff, which I'm guessing could be like a weapon buff, health regen buff, I want to see how much damage it gets and if it can stack. Because if it can stack, that could be kind of crazy. Because you could have like a weapon buff, then you could have a body buff, then an aura buff, and a healing buff. And it was like 10% every single time. And on top of like, you know, the buffs that they're actually already going to give you. Like if you have like Flame Gamer Strength with Golden Val. But then again, she's not going to have much FP to be able to do all that shit, so. But it could be funny though. Hammers and axes are pretty fast. Or great hammers and axes are pretty fast and have short combos. Yeah, but it seems like this is like a regular hammer. And it's like, it's slower than a regular hammer, her light attack combo is. And it seems like it has like a 4-hit combo, not a 3-hit combo. But I'm curious to see if it does more stance damage. Because like in the original trailer here, this character trailer, she does a lot of stance damage here. Let's turn that down a bit. Because he hits him with like... one light attack, or 2. That was 3 light attacks and a running attack, and it stance broke a boss with 65 poise. Unless they like changed it in a way like just for the trailer and made the bosses have less poise, or like they were fought in beforehand. But if your last light attack, because like there's a little buff that happens here, right? It's that little like white effect. So after like a couple of light attacks, it gives you like an extra boost. And I wonder if that boost is also damage related. Or now stance damage related. But the stance break already happened at a point. So who knows? Must be solo? I mean, yeah, it is solo, but the boss still has 65 poison solo. And a light attack for the hammer does like 11 stance damage, something like that. So 4 light attacks should not be doing 65 poise damage. But it seems like it is a 4-hit combo because she let off with the running attack. But like the time that it gets there, I mean, you could effectively do it in the regular game mode, like just go into like R1 spamming, and if you can find something like the Twin Blade Talisman, it could be fucking broken. Because you can just keep trying to bait out that overhead slam. I wonder if you have to like land attacks to be able to do it. Like I wonder if you can just R1 spam, like before you get to an engagement, but you're gonna run out of stamina that way. Chain attack finishes are also passive, by the way. I mean, yeah, the later that you get into an attack combo, the more damage that it gets, like, inherently. Like, the motion values that is higher for the last light attack.
She can empower her character skill with a free temporary alt.
If she can empower her character skill with a free temporary alt. I believe so. We don't even know. We can't see it. They've never showcased the gameplay. Oh, yeah, weapon passes. Oh, you talk about those. Oh, yeah. That's just for Deeper Night, right? Or no? Anyway, Serigor, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome back for the 2 months. Can we get W's for Serigor? Appreciate it. What was I saying? Yeah, there's no gameplay showing the character skill being used with the ultimate, so it's hard to even tell. It's not a 5-minute video. There's a 4-minute video, a 15-minute video, a 5-minute video, and a 1-minute video, okay? There's lots of stuff. And there was a whole ass interview as well. Because typically when it comes to hammers... What's up, Alice? How things? Hope you're doing well. Typically when it comes to hammers, you want to go into charged heavy attacks because they have like really good stance damage. Like they get just as much stance damage as a Colossal Sword with a charged heavy attack. So if you want to stance break quickly, that's mainly for solos though. Because in trios, you can't guarantee getting good stance damage or stance breaking quickly if your other teammates don't have good stance breaking options. So that's where the R1 spamming comes into play. So it actually is a pretty good passive ability because it does both. Because you get a hammer that can stance break quickly or a hammer that can give you good DPS too. New vids are out. New videos are in fact out. Yes. Marika's hammer? Yeah, Marika's hammer is going to be fantastic. No reason to use dormant powers than anything else. Maybe if you want to do spell casting and do like poise casting stuff, you can run dormant seals in Deep of Night. But that's about it. No videos for almost 5 days straight. When was the last time I made a video? Wasn't that long ago? Maybe on 2 days ago. And then 4 days ago before that.
She can cover in the training.
Want to say blind to them? All goods, Alice. You're okay. Double bubble hammers. Who's hotter? And it seems like she starts off with Prayerful Strike, right? It's like in every single fucking clip, so... Which is cool. Starting off with a Prayerful Strike is pretty solid.
Combo attack power all increase, and her dodge improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed increases even more, and she can dodge a lethal blow just like Wilder can. If you're an aggressive player who likes to be in the thick of the action, you should be spamming regardless of how full her own ultimate art gauge is. The Undertaker's ultimate art is Loathsome Hex. Now this is one hell of a fun ult. The Undertaker will pull an uncanny bone from her body, speed through the air toward the target like a missile, and unleash a powerful attack. It's long range, high damage, and you can even do it mid-air. It's perfect to help close gaps, and thanks to
you can avoid lethal attacks while you're in your skill only. It says she specified the lethal attacks thing after using the ult. So it's like, while the skill is active, you use an ultimate, and then it also does... Maybe the remaining duration of the character skill also has the benefits of like the more damage and not being able to die. Demon Prince ult healed a teammate. Well, isn't it because they were tethered?
Powerful attack. It's speed through the air toward the target like a missile and unleash a powerful attack. Its long
That's because he was tethered, yeah. How that be written anywhere? I don't know. She described it. There's like nowhere else that says that. Because like in this skill here, it says like with max art gauge. It's such a weird writing. It's like you activate that stance or hold L or hold Y and L2 with max art gauge, enhanced attack. Or press RT while holding it.
some hex.
And like the character skill that says like triggers the power of Loathsome Hex. Loathsome Hex. Describe it. Like, what the hell is this? God forbid that actually put like. There's so many things that this character skill can do. Just write it down somewhere. I mean, it's probably in the what do you call it? The codex. Enhanced attack is just the combo boost, but it seems like there's something else there's like a second part to the skill, because there's trance, and then when it activates trance,
Skill is trance.
but it's different here. Why does it have a different thing?
All right, let's break down her movesets. Her character skill.
Cancel character skill, so you can cancel it early. Would it actually regenerate early? Like,
Skill is trance. The official description.
she hit for 100 damage every
All
single
right,
time.
let's break down her movesets. Her character skill is trance. The official description.
Just let this show us the gameplay for longer, so I can see some damage numbers.
All right, let's break down her
2, 3,
movesets. Her
4,
character
388.
skill is
1,
trance. The
2,
official
3. So her first, so when she had the buff, she did a 303 damage off the 3 light attacks.
All right, let's break down her moveset.
And then after 3 light attacks here, she did 220 or 288. Which is, I can't type for the life of me. It's like a 5% increase. But they didn't actually proc the buff. So I'm guessing there's like tiers to it. So I think you just get passive. So you probably get a 5% damage increase, and then there'll be different tiers. So maybe it's like an additional 5% afterwards.
Her character skill is trance. The official description is bloodletting triggers the power of the loathsome hex.
For the Famitsu Live
go look
DLC
for the
gameplay, it's
DLC
8 hours from now. So that's what this means. There's a
It's
new
about 8
gameplay thing
hours
happening.
from now.
Who's the fuck is that? Who the fuck is Famitsu? Famitsu. Where is this live gonna be located at? I mean, can you get W's from Master? He gave us $5. Say thank you right now because he gave me money. I'm kidding. Say W's. Yeah, sure. We'll go live. IGN from Japan. Okay, I see. What Famitsu is? I don't fucking know. I speak English.
Which translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase, and her
Ah, wait a minute. Let's go back.
dodging without consuming stamina, while
969, 1044,
attack power all
1125.
increase, and
Did you miss that one? You missed the last attack. Why would you miss that one?
her dodge improves.
I want to see what the
dodge
damage is
step.
going to be like
If
after that
Undertaker's
attack.
ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed increases even more, and she can dodge a lethal blow just like Wilder can. If you're an aggressive player who likes moves to a dodge step.
She got buffs on her health bar? Yeah, because like the more that she attacks, the more damage
If
you can
Undertaker's
get.
ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her which translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without
That damage negation boost, that was probably from this guy,
consuming stamina, while toughness
right? Because that just spawned in out of nowhere.
to,
She didn't have one. Oh, she used it. Never mind. That's probably toughness then.
when activated, her
Wait, so
running
if it's toughness, that means it actually gives damage negation.
becomes as fast as dashing. Translates to, when activated, her running becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase.
If you just landed that attack, that would have been fantastic because you missed it, I think.
Attack power all increase, and her
No, she did land it. Never mind.
dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo
10, 44,
attack power
11, 25.
all increase, and her
That needed 25 damage? She probably missed.
dodge improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed increases even more, and she can dodge a lethal blow just like Wilder can. If you're an aggressive player who likes to be
Her skill gave her a free temporary flask? Nah, that's probably the... What do you call it? Her, Homeboy's ultimate, right?
becomes as fast as dashing
Oh, no, it did. What the fuck? What?
becomes
What
as
else
fast
does this fucking thing do? Hold up. Because the ultimate's already there.
activated, her
The ultimate's already there. Unless... No. When she got a flask back, is it? I see a flask coming back towards her.
running
Yeah, the flask is coming back towards her now. No, that's not her character skill. So something must have happened. Like throughout the fight, you get passively getting your character.
becomes as fast
And then it just literally went. Oh, you know, it is a Scholar's ult. It is Scholar's ult. Never mind. Because I think when you're at full HP, it probably overloads your Oh, that's cool. It probably overloads your flask. Because it's lighting up yellow. Otherwise, it wouldn't light up yellow. Unless it's like a new thing that happens, like and it tells you when you get a new flask. Maybe it has nothing to do with his shit, but maybe if you're already at full HP, and it just instead of giving you health back because you're already at full HP, it probably gives you maybe Windy.
as dashing.
Yeah, it's crazy timing as well. Yeah, because she popped her fucking skill at the exact same time that it happens.
Her running
Well, you can see like the red trail effect coming towards her. So it's either like after there's like an update with this DLC that after like, you know, a period of time and it gives you like, you know, it normally does that. Like while you're fighting a boss sometimes in the open world, you get like your flasks back passively. And maybe there's like a quality of life update that has it light up yellow. Or it is Scholar's ult. Maybe. Isn't it training grounds too?
becomes as fast as dashing without consuming stamina, while toughness and combo attack power all increase, and her dodge improves to a dodge step. If Undertaker's ultimate art gauge is full, you can consume it for even more benefits. Her attack power goes up, movement speed, and aggression. Who likes to be in the thick of the action, you should be spamming this at every
There's overloaded here as well. But there's no ultimate active here.
chance you get.
But it must have happened beforehand.
Undertaker's passive ability brief window to activate hers for free, regardless of how full her own ultimate art is. One hell of a fun. His ultimate art,
But yeah, it's there as well.
Undertaker will pull
There's 5.
an uncanny bone from her body, speed through the air toward the
4. And it's lit up.
target like a missile, and unleash a powerful attack. It's long range, high damage,
And there's 4 here.
and you can even do it mid-air. It's perfect
It must be as a quality of life update for the DLC. I don't think it has anything to do with the character's ability.
to help close gaps, and thanks to Confluence, can be used to stack incredible amounts of damage very quickly. It's worth getting used to.
Yeah, she probably like healed or whatever the fuck, and like passively over time in the what do you call it? You get your flasks back, because like there's no explanation for her having thing. Well, What does? What do you mean what does? Yeah, Scholar stat spread is dog shit, yeah. Scholar's trailer also said the same as Flask? Yeah. So it's probably just a quality of life thing for this DLC. So I think this is going to be accessible for every character. So like when you get your Flask back, I think it's going to tell you, it's like, hey, look, you got one back for free. Maybe. Or maybe it tells you when you're just at max. When you're at max Flasks. Maybe, yeah.
The amount of distance you can
Maybe.
cover, you use it
That's
to
probably,
get closer.
that makes more sense. That makes more sense. It's probably just a quality of life update for when you're mask fault, yeah. That would make so much more sense. That would make so much more sense.
To your allies if they're in doing uses attack and physical definitely pairs very well with Duchess. Another night.
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. 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 Cool. We got that one figured out. Good job, chatters. When you're at max Flasks, it's going to highlight yellow. To tell you that you're at max Flasks. That makes more sense. That's a nice quality of life change. Cool. Shit. Okay, she is gonna get a damage. I want to see how much more. Because, like, let's go look it up. How much... Hardness. Is there anything that you can use to proc hardness that doesn't actually give you damage negation as well? Dragon Bolt Blessing. Will it give you the exact same... Hold up a second.
Long and hard.
Wait, I can just go open up here. Wait. I still have my... I need to go into the game. Give me a second. I'm going to look at it through OBS. Sparring grounds. Thank you for that tutorial. The HUD is already on. Cool. I just want to see something. Dragon Bolt Blessing. Where the fuck you at? Thank you very much. Cool. Alright. It's a different icon. Yeah. Never mind. So there's no damage negation. It's just hardness. Disregard. Disregard. It's just tier 2 hardness, which is the same as... Wait, so that means... Let's go back. Because what should happen here is when I go to this guy, his weapon should deflect off me. Right? His weapon should deflect off. Yeah, cool. So that's what's going to happen every single time that you use... Homegirl's ultimate. Or carrot skill. Cool.
And break through their guard to leave to like a visceral.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this bozo, it has lower attack minus, has 2, has a number 2 there. So it has to be substantial, like, damage decrease. How much does Acid Spray Mist do? How much does that decrease enemies by? 15%. And that would just have like a 1 or some shit, right? Would that just have 1? I have lower attack too. Let's go to my Deep of Night Relic. Acid Spray Mist. That's what I'm looking for. Acid Spray Mist. It doesn't have a -2. It's just -1. So it should be better than Acid Spray Mist. If it has a -2 there. Everdark Fulgur might be good to start on Undertaker Relic. What do you mean? Where is Grail's Roar? Grail's Roar. that -2 one? I can't see. No, there's no -2 there.
Attacking at once. And you have to be very careful then, because if you are...
If you
As
scatter
play-
Do they all get -2 attack? How much is Grail's roll? Is Grail's roll also 15%? Where is it? Enemy attack by 15%. Cool. So if that's 15%, so it should be like a 20% thing then, right? Surely. If it has -2. So it should be like, it should be doing 20% less damage. Why am I so bricked up? I don't know. Guardian gets a B in strength and Revenant has an S in faith. Yes. I mean, like, it seems like the... The Revenant with the Strength Relic is probably going to be the exact same stats as this. Except instead of having lots of FP, you have a decent amount of HP. But her stat spread should be the exact same. So when you're running Strength Revenant, it only like loses like 5 faith, but you end up having more strength than the Guardian. But it's probably still like a B. Like a high B. Maybe a lower A. But her kit seems to be like 10 times better, so... Until they make Revenants. You know. Because Revenant has the most FP out of all the characters. Like a bit more than the Recluse. But Recluse can obviously regenerate her FP. Why run Revenant over Undertaker then? Her ultimate is better support. That's about it. And you're still likely to find seals in the base game. And like being likely to find seals means you can find the purple seals and stuff like that. Whereas in Deep of Night, you're going to have to run sacred seals, but in the base game, you can't even do anything about that. So, and obviously you get lots of FP. You don't have to run FP. You know, say if you're confident you're dodging, who gives a fuck about survivability? Just like spam. So you can still get more damage. But like, yeah, it's like a support based with her ult and being able to find seals. Shadow of the Erdtree opens, dropping with Everdark Hellster. Yep. Surely. Lots of interaction to test with Scholar. I think Scholar's going to be fine. I am more dooming about him being actually a good solo character, though. Although, I think he's just going to go into pots. Like, if you don't have pot relics, I think... Assuming that his weapon doesn't have an arcane scaling. If his weapon has an arcane scaling, I think it's going to be fine in terms of damage. You're just not going to be able to use anything else. Unless you find... other arcane scaling weapons. But you could still have access to status effects. I looked at the interview, yeah. I mean, the interview just had like all the dialogue that they had in this video. And then I saw some of Ishizaki's quotes. Rivers, Mogs, yeah. But the thing is, those still scale better off like strength or dexterity. But you can still find them and get like decent damage out of them. Because an S-scaling and arcane is fine, but like... it'll be okay. But like, I'm more concerned about him... I'm more concerned about this character skills and stuff. This character skills seems like it takes way too long to proc just to be able to get the good benefit. Like the debuff seems nice. But what's weird to me... Watch the video again. The Scholar.
Skill Bagcraft is perhaps his example if you toss some fire pot.
This passive seems actually insane though. This passive seems amazing. I'm just concerned about his character skill.
Buffs and debuffs. Upon activating his character skill, he lowers his weapon, making you vulnerable, and a big circle appears on the screen, which you can aim. Enemies and allies within that circle will be analyzed, and the longer you analyze, the more buffs and debuffs stack. Once complete,
The longer that you analyze, the more buffs and debuffs stack. But like, when can you cancel it though? At what point? Like, is it like when you get to halfway, it does it once? Or like, is it past...
that circle will be analyzed, and the longer you...
Because after when it's already fully circled up.
Analyze, the more buffs and debuffs.
So right now they've got debuffed for both.
Making you vulnerable, and a big circle appears on the character skill called Analyze does exactly that. Scholar can analyze enemies and allies in
Whoops. My bad.
order to issue buffs and debuffs upon
His passive stacks based on categories and possible effect at 2 levels. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. Analyzing the same category of enemies. His skill levels up too. Nah. Why would that work like that? His skill seems like, well, like saying if you analyze someone once. No. You don't have to analyze them again. You can just keep reapplying the buff without a cooldown.
activating his
Can 2 scholars stack? That's a good point. Probably not. I think having 2 scholars would just be kind of counterintuitive.
character skill. He lowers his weapon, making you vulnerable, and a big circle appears on the screen, which you can aim. Enemies and allies within that circle will be analyzed, and the longer you analyze, the more buffs and debuffs stack. Once complete, you can either pull left trigger to nerf an enemy's attack or right trigger to give your allies a stamina buff. A level 1 buff increases your stamina, and a level 3 gives you a barrier that activates a shockwave when
But like level 1 and level 3. So maybe it is continuously reapplying it. No shot.
hit. A level 1 debuff decreases an enemy's attack, and at level 3 they take extra damage on their next hit.
Nah, it's not that way. It doesn't work that way. Because he literally did it the first time. Because the first time he used the skill against his enemy, he got debuffed to make them take more damage and deal less damage. So I think when you cancel it,
And at level 3
maybe when you cancel it early, I don't know.
they take extra damage on their next hit.
Yeah, they're not explaining it very well. What the fuck do they mean? Like tier 1 and tier 3.
However, analyzing enemies isn't instantaneous. The speed depends on
We haven't seen a single clip of them like using the character skill before it hits max. So what the hell is the difference between tier 1 and tier 2? Or tier 3? What determines his buff debuff level? What do you mean?
how close you are to an enemy. The smaller the gap between you and the enemy, the quicker you can analyze it. High risk, higher reward. The key is to analyze multiple enemies and allies at once, effectively crippling entire groups if you
I wish that like the character had both merged together. Like you use the skill and it buffs your allies and yourself and it debuffs your enemies. But you have to pick one or the other.
manage to capture them all in one circle. This character skill is especially useful for the new Day 3 boss, the Balancers. We weren't allowed to capture footage of this boss, but as the trailer teased, you'll be fighting multiple enemies at once. Scholar's ultimate art
Didn't you mention in your video that throwing pots increases the level? What is that? Is that it? What? No. We're not talking about the passive, we're talking about the character skill.
communion links all nearby enemies and allies together.
He had a terrible job at explaining this. Terrible job.
Between you and the enemy, the quicker you can analyze it. High risk, higher reward. The key: take extra damage on buff increases your stamina, and a level 3 gives you a barrier.
What does level 3 even mean? What does level 3 mean?
Analyzed, and the longer you analyze, the more buffs and debuffs stack. Once complete, you can either pull left trigger to nerf an enemy's attack or right trigger to give your allies a stamina buff. A level 1 buff increases your stamina, and a level 3 gives you a barrier that
So is a level 3 debuff means that they take that extra bit of damage, but what's the difference?
activates a shockwave when hit. A level 1 debuff decreases an enemy's attack, and at level 3 they take extra damage.
But we haven't even seen a single instance of a level 1 buff. We haven't seen a single one. I haven't seen a level 1 buff at all. He analyzed them 3 times, but this is the first time analyzing this enemy.
Hit.
Look,
A level 1
unless
debuff decreases
it's like the same enemy like multiple times.
an enemy's attack, and at level 3 they take
Because like that one died before he even got like he used it. Because like this is the first time analyzing this enemy, and he uses
Extra
it,
damage
and he got hit with both. You see the
on their
debuff, and you see the one that takes him more damage in the next
hit.
hit. Actually, there's 3 right here. Never mind.
when hit. A level 1 debuff decreases an enemy's attack, and at level 3 they
See, there's the debuff there. Aha! He used it here early on this character.
take extra damage.
It is! Okay, thank fucking God. Okay, cool. Now we know. You can end it early and debuff them. This one's a -1, that's -2. So -1 should be 15% damage. How much? What was that?
A level 1 debuff.
So it's probably like 1 to... But like, why is there 4 points if there's 3 levels? That's what I don't understand. Maybe the first point...
Increases an
Okay,
enemy's
hold up.
attack, and at level 3 they
He used it on this, because see this guy right here behind this circle? There's someone at like 100 degrees right here. And he got debuffed still.
take
He got debuffed -1. This is -2. So. It's either... But like... Having this square system makes no sense.
increases an enemy's
Because if
attack.
there's only 3 tiers, what's the point of having a square? Think of one as halfway. Why would they make it a square? Maybe it's just 1, then 2, and the third one is all the way at the top. This makes no sense. I hate this so much. And if the third tier, maybe the second tier is what actually makes them take more damage, and then the third tier is what them gets debuffed a second time. Honestly, the level 1 is perfectly fine, because if they're taking 15%, or if they're dealing 15% less damage, just like analyze them for a few seconds and that's it. Because like the longer that you analyze, it's just like you're out of the fight and you're risking your own life as well.
And at level 3 they take extra damage on their next hit.
But he specified at level 3 they take extra damage on their next hit, which is just like determination, because they take 60% more damage on 1 hit.
However, analyzing enemies isn't instantaneous. The speed depends on how close you are to an enemy. The smaller the gap between you and the enemy, the quicker you can analyze it. High risk, higher reward.
Look how long it takes when you're just not even that far away. I'll just do it after I reach the first tier, which maybe should be past a quarter. Like after the first point, then just pop it. Maybe it lasts longer. Maybe because like the timer goes down. Maybe when the timer goes down, the debuffs wear off over time as well. Surely not. No, that would be stupid. It's like all riding on how long that it lasts. Because this is like a debuff that lasts a minute. That's very much worth it. Although like there's 60% on this 1 hit. 60% that works can be restate on ults, yeah. So if you can communicate with your teammates and you know someone like a scholar is going to use their character skill to debuff to make them take more damage, then you can chain in an ult against somebody. But like when you're playing with randoms, it's never going to work out. It's never going to work out. They'll get hit by like some random fucking bow. An Iron Out is like whack him with a bow. 60% damage on 1 bow attack.
The key is to analyze multiple enemies and allies at once, effectively crippling entire groups if you manage to capture them all in one circle. This character skill is especially useful for the new Day 3 boss, the Balancers. We weren't allowed to capture footage of this boss, but as the trailer teased, you'll be
Is it lasting a while?
fighting
It's still
multiple
lasting more than 10
enemies
seconds,
at
right?
once. Scholar's ultimate art
That lasted a while. When did he pop it?
managed to capture them all in one circle.
That's 2:55, and we got to this point, and it was still there.
Scholar's ultimate art
It's at least 15 seconds. So it's probably going to be more. It's probably going to be 30 seconds, right? If it's lasting above 15, I mean, it could be like 20, I guess. Because 20 is also something that they use. Like the exaltation talismans last 20 seconds. Hopefully it's 30. 30 could be decent. But I wonder, like, the more that you charge up, the longer that it lasts. But the thing is, it's not a debuff to have them take more damage. Except for this, the one hit. It's a debuff to make them deal less damage. But, like, if you just gotta do one tier, say if you have them deal 15% less damage, and you just gotta charge it up for, like, you know, a few seconds, and it lasts 30 seconds, that's cool. But I think fully charging it just doesn't seem worth it. Like, if it debuffed them permanently or throughout their entire duration to make them take more damage and not just like one attack, then I would find a use case for it. Makes sense for the brief bubble tier to take risk for the debuff. But yeah, that's just applying it to yourself though. You can't like apply both at once. Because I'm assuming once you analyze an enemy, then you use the skill, it resets back to 0 again. You got to reanalyze them to use something else. Unless once it's at max and you use it, it degrades over time. But that would be kind of broken for a boss fight. Because like imagine like analyzing a boss and having it be at full, and then you have this relic equipped, and then any single time, because there's no character skill cooldown, is there? Or
and improve in boss. Scholar specific.
Oh, there is. Okay. But like every single time that your character skill comes up, they're just always analyzed, and then you can just always have them be debuffed all the time. It's like any single time that you just... That would actually make it be really good. If you don't have to reanalyze a boss. Why don't they specify?
Relics, but we were able to see what they were. The key is to analyze multiple enemies and allies at once, effectively...
We don't see a use case of them analyzing a second time. Why wouldn't you just analyze again to buff your team? It decays over time. Yeah, but does it reset as soon as you do it, though? So, like, as soon as it gets to max, right? And you use a skill, does it reset back to 0, or does it start decaying over time? Because if it decays over time, then you could have this relic perk active. This would be, like, the most important thing. Because that means it's not going to decay. And that means every single 10 seconds, you can just keep applying the buff or the debuff if you're fighting a boss. And that could be good. I think his bubble lasts longer. Check the clip. No, that's successive attacks. It's not. Someone already talked about that. And I went back and it's like, this is successive attacks proccing. This clip here was it?
But we were able to see what they were. They are as follows. Prevent slowing of character skill progress. Test out.
Yeah, it was one of the other things. It was successive attacks that procced the bubble. It wasn't his character skill. Tyrone, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate it, man. Can we get W's for Tyrone with a $5 dono? What's up, man? How you been? Lazy slop job with the footage and editing. I mean, this is probably footage that they were given. They probably weren't allowed to record their own. I want to say. So you observe, so it should charge faster more than he learns an enemy. I mean, like, intuitively, you'd think. It all depends on how many times...
Mod me back, coward. I'm sorry, I got
depends
a
on
job.
how many times... What was I saying? I don't know. Yeah, you're allowed to, like, analyze an enemy. It depends on, like, this second and third time. If you can just do it back to back. Tyrone, thank you for the $2. I'm not going to mod you back. You're never here. That's fine that you have a job, but I only have jobless people via moderator.
Capture them all in one circle. This character skill is especially useful for the new Day 3 boss, the Balancer.
But thank you for the donation.
We weren't allowed to capture footage of this boss, but as the trailer teased, you'll be fighting multiple enemies at once. Scholars.
Why is there never an instance of them reapplying a buff? Are they fighting a boss from the perspective over here? Where's a longer video?
much.
Yeah, if you scatter too much, you could put yourself in,
The map, and so you might be
You're
focused
talking about this video here, right? The bubble just spawns in now because of successive attacks.
on one,
And the bubble
another
lasts a
one
while.
comes in from
But his character skill bubble is like fucking useless.
behind and just knocks the wind
Yeah.
right out of you.
It's specific.
Anyway.
You can take one down fairly easily, but the thing is once you've defeated all
Look
7,
how long that takes. Surely you only have to
you've
analyze
only-
once in a
what, We
fight.
took out like a quarter of the health bar, if that,
Yeah.
and they all get back up, and one becomes like the leader. And
that's
it's just kind
it's
of leading
again
the charge.
Melania. She becomes like the big. She starts.
There's a 15-minute video that they uploaded, and it will spoil a lot if you don't want to get spoiled. Check out this video. We've already seen everything. We've seen everything. I don't care about spoilers.
Doing like long range slice attacks that throw energy
Cover the
at
entire
you.
map.
I mentioned up top, swamps are back.
There's a swamp of every flavor.
Because either way, this is going to be information that From Software want to give out. So it's not going to be like the entire thing.
Yeah, so we
Yeah. Yeah, so these are integrated within the original map, and they'll have, I think is probably level 3 or 4, but
Yeah.
So I want to
Also,
see
them
them
not-
analyze
There's like a
an
time
enemy
thing.
a second time.
We
Like,
did it.
yeah.
Okay, new map.
do you want to bet? This is
That's
an
all I
entirely
want to
new
see.
map.
Yes.
Also,
Yes.
And can you
I just want to see them
Yeah.
analyze.
themes and narratives
boss.
and ideas that the community has been trying to piece together. So there's gonna for the
Why the fuck? Just
They do
analyze
have
the
bespoke
boss.
stories.
Yep.
I'm one of the weirdos who completely
Surely he would have analyzed it already at one point. He's not debuffed right now. Not doing the best job.
every single character.
You have your character skill active.
no,
I'm
Why are you
very
charging up my
excited
friends
for-
in flame?
into certain themes
Use
and
the skill.
narratives
Please.
and,
Use the skill.
ideas that the community has been
Why
trying
don't
to
you
piece
use the
together.
skill?
So there's gonna
You
for
had
the
no reason to not use a skill.
Goes
I
up.
hate
So go check
this.
that out.
Why is Scholar use the Inca, not Undertaker? I don't know. Maybe because this guy has more FP. And he has the higher arcane, so he can proc madness faster. I think that's the only reason why. Wants to proc madness faster. So this is not the worst. Not the worst case for it. Let's give it to him. I don't mind that. Don't mind that. Give him the frenzied flame and give the other incantations to, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Lethal attack. Just
It's all riding on that. If you can reanalyze an enemy easier, if they stay analyzed after using analyze the first time, that could be really good for a boss fight. Because they could pretty much always guarantee they're going to be debuffed to make them deal 15 or 20% less damage pretty much throughout the entire fight, right? Because like the cooldown shouldn't be that long. Because you see them use their character skill.
Ultimate art depends on how close.
That's how long it takes to regenerate,
You
which
are
is like the
to
same
it.
as
And it-
all other character skills. It's like 12 seconds or whatever. And if the debuff lasts longer than 15 seconds, and if you can keep analyzing them over and over again, that could be fine. What's up, waifu? How things? Scholar's kind of doo-doo, not gonna lie. Yeah, his stats are kind of ass cheeks. His buff is dog shit. The self buff, the bubble is awful because it lasts a second. But the debuff, you can just keep spamming that. And it could be fine. It's just a matter of, like, if you analyze a boss and you go to analyze them again, is it reset back to 0? Or does it decay? Because if it decays, this relic could be his most important one. This would be his most important relic if it decays after analyzing. Because that means you can just keep debuffing them all the time. And they can have constant debuff. And constant application of the 60% more damage dealt in the one hit. So it honestly would be best for boss fights, not necessarily like gank enemies. Is that a normal relic? Yeah, this is a normal relics. Didn't seem like they had access to Deep of Night at all. If there is going to be Deep of Night relics added for this character. And day 1. So that'll be that. And then waifu with the 50 gifted? What the fuck? When else all gonna pop up at one time? Holy shit. Wait. YouTuber Lord, stop that. I need to fix that. Holy shit. Wait, is it still like playing? Is it gonna play the entire time? Do you guys hear that? He broke it. Waifu just broke my fucking thing. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can fix this. It just broke my shit. Wait. Wait. How do I stop this? Did that stop? Did you guys hear it still or no? Is it gone? It's still going? We still hear it? Fuck. What did you do? Hold up. Where did it go? Where did I put it? How do I mute this? Wait, I know how to mute this. Wait, give me a second. We did it. Cool. We fixed it. We fixed it. What happened? Only Waifu gifted 50 fucking subs on YouTube. Actually insane. And it broke my fucking alerts. Let it play. Yeah, that's had like the Guts OST on this. So stupid. Yeah, can we get some W's for Waifu? That's crazy. Is there anything you don't? Yeah. I think we did it though. Keeping the lights on. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Attack, earn runes.
That's crazy. I was just on YouTube, changed to to Twitch, did you? Unlucky. No gifted sub for you. But if you guys got gifted a sub, make sure you thank my guy. That's crazy.
Can analyze entire.
Yui killed Griffith? Yes. It was I!
A level 1.
Damn. So yeah, that's whether or not his thrusting sword actually comes with an arcane scaling is good as that'd be pretty huge. And it depends on the damage of the pots as well. Like his passive ability seems like the most powerful, unironically, of the bunch. Because if there's two separate tiers, and the first tier boosts damage, and the second tier does a secondary effect, and if that secondary effect for the pots could be hitting twice, the damage of pots can be ridiculous. It's just a matter of constantly stacking up on pots, though, and buying fire pots. And if you fight a boss that's resistant to fire damage, you have to go to points of interest to fight, to get certain other pots of different elements, which could be a pain in the ass. But I'm glad that you don't have to use the one pot over and over again. You can just use any pot, and it can level it up, which is huge. True Color. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome back for the 4 months. Power Sense Maracas Hammer. I mean, the Power Sensing Hammer moveset isn't the best. You want to, like, two-handed for sure, for the more stance damage. Because there's no unique Power Sensing combos in this game for the characters. They're just going to get the regular ones. So, just two-handed Maracas Hammer for the win. For sure, for sure. But thank you again, True Color. Appreciate it, man. Upgraded Warming Stone? Yeah, it'd be cool if like it heals more with a Warming Stone. And like it has like a larger AoE too. Be crazy. Read effect. It says not findings. What do you mean there? Note findings? What? Oh, analyze. See targets with monocle and note findings which linger as spirit symbols. What kind of wording is that? Note findings which linger as spirit symbols to various effects. Well, like, yeah, it's just like you analyze it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like you just analyze. It is how it looks. It's just like a bunch of mumble jumble wording to make it sound fancy. But yeah. Note findings. They didn't show the codex page. But it's confirmed that you can hold 4 though. So being able to hold, if you can guarantee at least getting 1 pouch. So you can hold 20 pots. If you get the good merchant, you can hold up to 25 pots. And then spam the fuck out of those. And if they're all like doing like more than twice as much damage in combination with all the pot consumable relics, be kind of cracked, not gonna lie. You can start with a pouch relic too. Yeah, it's true, you can, yeah. You can start with a pouch. Huge. So you can level it up to +1 and +2. Apparently the first tier just the first level up just adds to the effect and makes it stronger, and the second tier adds a secondary effect. So like with a pot is like more damage, and then at level 2 could be like the hitting twice effect that we saw in the trailer. Showed the Undertaker page, but not him. What do you mean?
Seems to depend on the item. Thankfully,
Kukris.
add a secondary effect. You can
Wait, hold up a second.
secondary effect.
We're in court to like lower your FP and then show us.
You can level up items by repeatedly using them.
Oh, it goes to level 2
And
then
how
level
long
3, not +1, +2. Disregard. Wait, hold up a second. Whoa. I wasn't actually looking at this. We need to look at this more.
Consumable stacks are increased, and consumable categories can be leveled up.
Wait a minute, he's getting health regen. Does that mean the Starlight Shard also gives you health regen as a secondary effect? Unless he used something else. He probably used a bolus. Never mind. He probably used a bolus.
Twice during a match. The first level up improves an item's strength or effectiveness, while the second can add a secondary effect. You
He used like a lot of Starlight Shards to get to level 3.
can level up items by repeatedly using them.
And then this enemy is debuffed. The enemy is debuffed right
And
now.
how long it takes
And how did he get debuffed? Was it by the pot? Did the level 2 pot debuff them?
to level them up seems to depend on
Maybe like those status effect pots, being that the status effect pots don't do damage, you kind of like really increase their damage much. So I'm guessing having them apply a debuff too. That's pretty cool. I wonder if that stacks with his passive or this character skill though. I mean, special moveset seems to suck as well because thrusting swords. Yeah, all like the character like movesets, they all seem to be like more flashy and cool looking, but like they're just worse because they have longer animations. But it's cool. It's like a light greatsword moveset because it has like a combination of swiping attacks and pokes. So it'll be like easier to use for some people when it comes to hitting skinnier enemies. But like, yeah. I guess the double poking heavy attack though, which is cool. Because I guess like the same heavy attack as like the Regia's Rapier. It just seems like a quicker animation because it lunges further too.
the item. Thankfully,
46 damage
you
with that
don't
one.
level up individual consumables, but rather categories. For example,
level
if
up?
you toss some fire pots and level it up, all
This has like the ultimate art. Oh, there's like an ability icon here. Does like they do more damage with the ability? I don't know.
pots will benefit.
Like they're getting debuffed somehow.
A lot of consumables in Elden Ring Nightreign, and we didn't test them all, but they can result in more potent healing items and stronger offensive items that have better areas of effect
I wish he'd just show us the level 3 fire pot.
or additional status effects. In order to make the most of this ability, you
Because like 130, he went from 138 to 234, right? Which is a 70% increase. So from level 1 to level 2, it's 70% more damage with a fire pot. If it gets to level 3 and that hits twice like we saw in the trailer,
should be item
and that in combination with 15% more pot damage with the relics, and in a deeper night, you can get 35% more with the pots, and you have fucking 3 of those. And find some fire attack up buffs along your way. And hold 25 of them?
Spamming. I even equipped some relics that had scholars start with consumables just so I could level them up right out of the gate. His character skill called Analyze.
Frost and Bleed on that dagger throw, by the way. But the Kukri, I didn't see. Was a Kukri even leveled up?
Thankfully, you don't level up individual consumables, but
Where-
rather categories.
Where's a Frost proc? He has Frost on his character skill, on his weapon. What did the Kukri
Takes
throw
to
buff
level
his
them
weapon?
up seems to depend on the
I think the Kukri throw must have buffed his weapon. Maybe.
repeatedly using them, and how long it takes to level them up seems to
I think it is. He must have just used it beforehand. Like, he must have just picked up some grease and started spamming it to see what it worked, how it worked.
depend on the item. Thankfully, you don't level up individual consumables.
I don't know. I don't know if using a Kukri is going to buff your weapon. Because it doesn't seem like it's upgraded right now. It's only a +0. Because it lights up blue when it's +2. Or level 2. And it lights up purple when it's level 3. So this is like a regular base Kukri right now. Get a stamina buff? No, his character ability, his character skill grants him a stamina buff. So he must have used his character skill beforehand as well. He has a weird dodge. He gets like the hunter dodge.
But rather categories. For example, if you toss some fire pots and level it up, all pots will.
Oh no, it has the ultimate. It has that because he's tethered. That's why. Never mind. I thought he got like some like weird debuff. Like, why is it showing a character ability icon? But it's because the ultimate ability. I'm stupid.
Benefit. There are a lot of consumables in Elden Ring Nightreign, and we
Well, actually, there's little tiers. Okay. So maybe every single time. So it's gonna tell you how many times you're gonna use something, and it's probably like indications. There's actually like little bars here too. So maybe when you're in game, you can be able to see this information. We can actually test it all out from the sparring grounds, which is huge. Am I excited for it? Yes. Buff physics.
consumables in Elden Ring
does it
Nightreign,
go over
and
it?
we didn't test them all, but they
Yeah, you can buff physics because there's level 1 physics. He didn't go over the
There
tools
are a
though.
lot of
'Cause
consumables
that's interesting to see if you can buff a tool. But
in
physics
Elden-
would be weird though because you can't really get many physics in the game. Maybe after every single one that you use, you can get it to like level 2 or level 3, whatever.
Ring Nightreign, and we didn't
But you can start off with certain physics.
test them all. But
I wish he went just down a bit further to go over the tools. I don't think tools would work with this, but it still would be interesting. Because like, who knows if like a Wraith Calling Belt can get to level 3. Because if a Wraith Calling Belt can get to level 3 and do some other fancy shit alongside getting more damage, with a character that gets a B scaling in mind, that'd be fucking cracked. I don't think it's gonna work with tools. It should just work with consumables, because like tools are, you know, infinite use. Who am I gonna try first? Just fucking Undertaker. Yeah, for sure. A level 3 bell would be fucking cracked. I don't think it's gonna work that way. I wish he just went down a bit further, because he was like literally right there. You're
all.
right there. Like 2 more fucking
they-
rows. God damn it. Should have like 1 more second. Does say level up items? Yeah. So there's a chance. Ancestral head might be useful. You don't really ever find things like a fucking, what do you call them? Maybe he'd be more likely to find those things though. Some tools. Like the Omen Band, whatever the fuck it's called. Because actually does a lot of damage, but it consumes a lot of FP. But actually, tools might but that would actually might justify his B scaling and intelligence. Because he has terrible damaging stats in Int and Faith. So if you can level up tools. Because there are some like consumables that do require FP, right? Where's my game? There's some like materials. There's pots in the game that require FP to use, isn't there? There's like some pots that require FP. Maybe not in this game. Don't like sleep pots normally use FP? Or am I tripping? Doesn't the sleep pots normally consume FP in the base game, don't they? And don't these normally consume FP too? No. No, not those. They do? Yeah. Press the expand menu. What, for this shit? Oh, my thing's blocking the screen. Hold up. True, FP cost. Nothing consumes FP in this game. Except for these tools. So, if these tools right here, if they can get boosted. Yeah, even like the magic and holy pots, yeah, they all require FP in the base game. But they just don't require any FP in this game. Which makes sense. It's kind of stupid that they require FP to begin with in the base game. But why else would you have... Unless, like, for him to find, like, support-based spells, maybe? That's why you might have a B scaling in mind? It's just so weird. Never noticed it requires FP? I mean, some things like fire pots don't. Like a regular fire pot doesn't consume FP. And like a lightning pot doesn't. But I'm pretty sure the holy pots and stuff, magic pots, sleep pots, I'm pretty sure they all require FP. It's like a little bit. It's like fucking like 5 to 10. Nothing crazy. Aromatics could be pretty cool. Like spark aromatics. If you can guarantee getting spark aromatics, this would be much better to have than pots. You have to be closer though. But spark aromatics do like fucking stupid damage. Because like compared to a fire pot, let's go do some good old comparison here. This does like 130 whatever, right? 137. And a spark aromatic. 444. But unfortunately, we cannot buy in infinite amounts. We can't guarantee getting spark aromatics. Which sucks. I don't think we're going to be getting DLC weapons, no. A level 3 spark has to be doing some fucking crazy shit. I just hid my cam. Because I was covering some shit. Yes, because sparks be doing some damage. The unfortunate part as well is that for like relics, there's no like consumable boosting relic. They're all like split up. So there's ones for perfumes, there's one for pots, there's one for throwing knives. I wish they just combined them all together. Instead of separating them. Because like you kind of want to go into like the reliable thing to get, which is like the pots. So you want to go all into pot damage. I mean, you could just go with fire damage. But then again, depending on the Night Lord boss that you get, you might not want to run the fire-based ones. And if that doesn't count, if you end up finding like some different pots, if you find like some lightning pots or some shit, you probably want to use. Attack up after grease. Those are fine. Like the attack up after grease, it's like an exalted flesh because it gives you like 20% physical damage when using a grease. So it's like using an exalted flesh, but like they're just more easy to come by, and on top of the damage they already deal. But like a little more greases could be nice. That could make him have respectable weapon damage, maybe. Have fun analyzing the analyze? Yes, thank you, Merzel. Thank you for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. I Can't Breed. Thank you for the Prime subscription. You get W's for I Can't Breed 69. With a fresh Prime sub. Scholar's bubble isn't completely useless in the first trailer. I saw the bubble act as a hard parry. That's true, yeah. But like, you're fully charging it, right? So you're holding onto it for like 10 seconds. You're fully charging it. And then you're going to time it perfectly for when they're about to hit you. Just so they can knock them backwards. Like, you wasted a lot of time just to do that. Just to, like, to send them flying to the ground. It depends how much damage it does. Like, if it does decent damage, then it might be worth it. And if it can stagger Night Lord bosses, it could be worth it. So, it just depends on that. If it staggers Night Lord bosses and does it do good damage. Otherwise, yeah. The bubble is probably not going to be that useful. And you're just going to be using it for the stamina boost. Which, like, 30% more stamina, I guess, is cool. Could, like, use it before... Oh, you can't use it before a boss fight because you have to, like, lock onto a boss, so... I don't know. And you have to be close. It's super risky. Because, like, when you're far away, you're going to be there for, like, 30 seconds, like, holding on, analyzing. And doing all that for, like, a bubble or, like, 30 or 20%, 30% more stamina. I think it is primarily going to be using it for the damage. I wish they just had both together. I don't know why they couldn't just combine the buff and the debuff together. I never showed a timer for analyzing allies. Yeah, but I'm sure that you don't need to like lock onto your allies to do it. Otherwise, if you could lock onto your allies, that means you don't have to be in a fight. You could just be like locking onto your allies and just give them a buff whenever. Like before a boss fight, for instance. They're just like there in the screen and have like a visual indicator to like showcase that they're actually allies. And if they're not gonna get the buff. Because if you see the icon, you can get the buff. But I think you still have to analyze, which is stupid. So you have to analyze enemies to give yourself a body buff, or is that a buff? It doesn't make much sense. They should change that to where you don't have to analyze anything, because it's gonna require a cooldown as well. So like once you use the analyze skill and buff yourself, you have to wait like an additional 12 seconds to use the analyze skill again to debuff the enemy. So it should just straight up just be like, for the buff you could use it on demand, but for the debuff you have to hold on to an enemy. Probably going to be worse than Revenant for solo. Yeah, I mean it depends. Yeah, depends on how like reliable it is upgrading pots, and how, you know, how much money it's going to cost realistically to buy all those pots, and if his weapon comes with an arcane scaling. Because if his weapon comes with an arcane scaling, you can at least make it like bleed infused or some shit like that. That could be cool. Or if it actually works with a Wraith Calling Bell. if it works with a Wraith Calling Bell, there's nothing else that you need to do. Just keep spamming the bell. Magic attack power up. Bleed and Frost, yeah. Could do fine. You could play it like the Executor, but like just worse damage, I guess. Well, if it actually has an arcane scaling, the damage wouldn't actually be that much worse. Because Executor's Katana doesn't get an arcane scaling. It just has a dexterity scaling. So you can buy pots, yeah, but you can only buy fire pots, yeah. Does the bell have a type of consumable in the details? What do you mean? Like, does it have... Well, I don't know what you're talking about. It's called reusable, obviously, because you can't... I just don't think it's going to work. But if it does work, that would make him a lot better, for sure. Low-key hope that it doesn't work, because, like, I don't want to be hearing bells 24/7, because the bells are so fucking annoying. The dinging sound all the fucking time with the bell. Ding, 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 ding. You're gonna be hearing that all fucking game. It gets remembrance quests for these new characters. Yes, I'm pretty sure they said something about story-related stuff in one of the videos. So yeah. Hector Salamanca build. Now I'm confused as to whether or not to make a video about this or wait for this live stream that's gonna happen in 8 hours apparently. Maybe I can work on a video and like post it afterwards and like see what gameplay stuff. How long is this live stream gonna go for? Someone said, what's it called? Fibitsu or whatever the fuck it was? Eight hours? Apparently there's going to be a live stream. A Famitsu live stream. Famitsu? Is that what this is? Elden Ring Nightreign. Where is this information? Stay alive until the live stream. Where does this information come from? Somebody sent me like a link or something. I saw it on Twitter, I think. Twitter. I don't know. Aha! How the fuck do I translate this screen? How do I translate this? Where's the translating button? It's not showing up here. Elden Ring Nightreign PS5. And Steam Max players carry Goro PS5 version. Huh? Is it gonna be the new stuff though? What kind of fucking translation is this? Translate full page. Two-minute walk from north exit. 2-minute. What the hell is this? Wrong stream. There's another one. Aha! Translate. The new Forsaken Hollows, a 3-player cooperative survival action revamped design, be released December 4th. Ahead of the game's release, a special program is going to detail how they announce broadcast to starting at 8 p.m. A DLC emergency livestream. That's what it's titled. I see. We're gonna bookmark this bitch. When does it go live? 7 hours. 7.5 hours. Yeah. I guess they're just gonna talk about emergency live stream. And are they gonna play it? They haven't like specified anything. Do we know any information about this? Other than there's gonna be a DLC emergency live. Are they gonna talk about it? Because like we just heard news. Are they just gonna talk about it or no? I'd be pissed if I have to like. Well, it's not gonna be that late for me. I think it's like a translation thing because it was in Japanese. So I'm not sure if emergency means something different. I'm gonna work on a video either way. And then I'm gonna drop it after this live stream. I'll link it. There you go. I mean, I'll probably stream myself when it goes live. See what it's about. I just don't know. A special program going into detail has been announced for broadcast. Going into detail. Do they have exclusive? I didn't see the word like exclusive. Do they have exclusive look into this game? They surely do, right? If they gave it to GameSpot, surely they give it to these guys. Am I gonna wait those 7 hours on stream? I'm not gonna wait those 7 hours on stream. What do they mean by emergency? I don't know. Is there any Japanese people in here? What could emergency actually mean? I watch Wolfie? Yeah, I watch Wolfie in my spare time, yeah. Like watching good old Wolfie videos. Pokemon's fun to watch. It's only 2 days before releasing. Yeah, but I gotta make money off this bitch. No Shadow of Erdtree spells, though, is sad for Revenant. Weapons are meh. Yeah. It is what it is. Just means breaking news kind of thing. I see. That would make sense. Often a lingo used to hype stuff. Thank you very much. Alert? Probably, yeah. Impromptu live stream. Impromptu live stream. I'm gonna work on a video anyway. I'm still gonna, because I drop my videos at midnight. which is like 10 hours from now. 9.5. So I'm going to work on a video and have it ready for then. I know exactly what I'm going to talk about because I want to make a video just dedicated. I don't know, because I could talk about everything. There's so much stuff.
Can result in
I could talk about the Shifting Earth event. I could talk about the new bosses. I could talk about... But I can just like link that information. I can just link the thing. I can discuss... I need to get something that I can do that's unique to me. And people want to hear my opinions about the weapons and bosses and stuff. Not bosses, the characters. I don't think you guys want to hear me talk about... I don't have many opinions on like the Shifting Earth and a new map anyway. I probably just make a video talking about the new characters. Delia, thank you so much for the resub. The 3 months, thank you. Can we get W's for Delia with the 3-month Prime subscription? And it's her birthday, true. Happy birthday again, yeah. New map? Yes, there is a new map. But it's just going to be for the Shifting Earth. So the Shifting Earth event is an entire new map. So there's like a small chance that you get a brand new map when you're playing the game. Which I don't know how I feel about that. Midnights for US analytics. Whatever like 9.5 hours is from now. Is when I'm going to drop my video. Hopefully. It might be a bit earlier. But I'll probably go live stream again to see what this thing is. But the thing is, it's going to be a Japanese... There's not going to be subtitles, is there? I can't live stream this event if it's not going to be subtitled. We're going to be sitting here, be like, okay, we're ready. And then they're just like doing a bunch of yapping. Find a different stream. I mean, you can have subtitles on like a live stream, can't you? What relics would I be saving for the Undertaker and Deep of Night? That's a good question. Relics I'd be saving for the Undertaker and Deep of Night. Well, she's still gonna have some synergy with spells. So your spell casting stuff could be cool. Taking attacks, that could be nice. You're not gonna get damage negation though. You're just gonna get hardness. So I don't think I would like to. It's like some nice utility to have. Like she can poise. She can poise cast. So it could be a thing that she can do. Maybe just for the base game. In Deep of Night, I wouldn't run taking attacks. But I think taking attacks is S tier no matter what. In the base game. And Deep of Night is like F tier. But you could go like, honestly, physical attack up could be pretty cool. Just going physical attack up with your hammers. Just getting even more damage. Because I'm pretty sure her skill might be doing, or her ultimate might be doing physical damage as well. So physical damage increases. And even if you find some like bestial incantations, because those could do physical damage too. So like bestial sling, rock sling, beast claw. That could be a pretty cool build. This physical attack up. But it seems like all of her character relics is going to be great. So like anything, any cool shit. Obviously that's not saving relics, but those are definitely going to be the ones you want to look out for. Like all these sound really good. Mainly the first one and the last one. Mainly those two. It depends on the number of this one. But she's going to be a hybrid character. If you want to play her as like a spellcasting character, then you want to use like an FP boosting relic. So like 3 or more seals equipped. Or 3 or more seals for like more HP. Because she doesn't start off with much. So I think having a flat FP increase is going to be better than percentage. Because like normally the Sorcerer Rise perk is actually really good. But they're good for spellcasters. Because it gives you a percentage. So it's like 17% or whatever it is. Whereas for this character, being that she has like a C scaling in FP, 17% of not much is not going to really be that big. Whereas like the 3 or more seals equipped, that could be pretty cool. It's going to take up some slots, so it might be a downside. But it'll definitely help you out early game for FP. And that could like double your FP bar. Because who else has... we can go check. I'm pretty sure like Wilder has like a C scaling and FP, right? And he has what? How much FP does he have? 140. So it'll probably be like around about that at level 15. That's level 15 though. So if you're like level 10, then 115. So you can pretty much like double your FP bar early mid game with the 3 or more seals. That's if I want to play with a spellcaster. If I'm not playing a spellcaster and he's doing hybrid, just finding hammers and just bonking shit, trying to find strength faith weapons, then I wouldn't bother with an FP boost. But you can still use spells though. But like you just gotta like you're not gonna be able to use that many. You're definitely gonna do primary melee. Best strength faith weapons. Let's go through the list. Obviously, you have Marika's Hammer, Godslayer's Greatsword, Blasphemous Blade, Cranial Vessel, Candle Stand, not Magma Blade. The Magma Scale Sword is one. Let's go through. Blasphemous or Sacred Relic Sword 2. Malika's Black Blade. Godslayer's Greatsword. Magma Scale Sword. Pretty decent. Eleanor is kind of more quality, so you can still run something like... Oh no, Eleanor is not faith. Never mind. Disregard. Disregard. If you had the Euphoria, that could have been lit.
My body is ready.
Envoy's Horn is pretty cool too. You can just keep spamming the bubbles. It actually do very decent damage. I'm a Jedi. Thank you so much for the 3 months. My body is ready. Same. Obviously, Marika's Hammer. Gonna be peak. Envoy's Horn. Beast Claw, Great Hammer is pretty decent too. Especially if you have those physical attack up buffs, because it actually does mainly physical damage. And the Devourer Scepter is okay. But the skill kind of sucks. But Cranial Vessel Candlestand is kind of banging though. Envoy's Great Horn is pretty cool. The skill is like pretty cheap for how much damage it does. And like no stamina cost. Jedi with the 2 gifted subs as well. Some purples come infused as well. Yeah, you can have some infused weapons. Yeah. And we could get W's for Jedi with the 2 gifted subs. You'd probably be legendary. It would have been, yeah. Would be. Siluria's Tree is also one. Vikes, I don't really care for. Unless you're fighting, you know, Libra. But Siluria's is cool. It's gonna get more of a dexterity scaling, right? Yeah, C scaling and dexterity. Golden Halberd is okay. That's about it. Whips are strength based or dexterity in this game. Actually, Grafted Dragon too. Another decent one. But you can just fish for hammers the entire time. Hopefully just get a... Because the hammer moveset seems decent. We'll go test it out. See what it's like. But it says like your character skill gets more damage later into the attack combo. And it didn't specify hammers. So it should be for any weapon moveset, right? That you just get more damage later into your attack combo. It shouldn't have anything to do with hammers. And like this perk here, attack of the... I was assuming that was just specifically for hammers, but it could be for anything. So you could use like great hammers and shit for this perk. Yeah, fuck. Didn't even think about that. I'm confirmed that there's no DLC weapons. I don't believe that there is. There's no confirmation, but like the chances were already small before all these trailers. But since all these trailers coming out and not seeing a single DLC weapon, it went from like 20% to like 2% chance. Basically, don't expect it. I mean, I wasn't expecting DLC weapons to come into the base game anyway, or come into the DLC anyway, but now I'm just like, yeah, it's almost certain. Doesn't Duchess Relic say the same? Duchess Relic says the same? Oh, Duchess Relic replies restage when you hit with the last light attack, specifically with a dagger. They added some enemies though, high key robbery. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. I mean, honestly, there's nothing really much like, I don't know. Like, it'd be cool for Deep of Night when you can run, like, dormant powers. But in the base game, like, what are the fucking chances of finding a really cool DLC weapon anyway? Like, you could probably stumble across, like, I'm a lady, which would be, like, a 1 in 400 chance. Actually, less than that. But it could be cool for the Deep of Night when you have dormant powers. Stocks for starting pouches are going to go up a scholar. Yeah. DLC weapons are off limits. I mean, I think it'll take... I don't know. It will clutter up a lot of the... It'll be harder to balance for sure. Is the activating alt increases attack power permanent? It shouldn't be permanent, no. It should be a timed buff. In terms of how much and how long, we don't know. It'd probably be like a 10% buff for like 20, 30 seconds. If it lasts 30 seconds and it's 10%, that's pretty good. I'd use that all the time. Because with how often you can get your ultimate, and the fact that somebody else can use their ultimate and you can just keep spamming it, then... Do you know what's going to be super annoying? You're going to be playing Undertaker, and you're going to be waiting for your teammates to like use their like ults. It's like, why is he holding onto the ult the entire game? Just use it so I can use mine. So if you're playing with an Undertaker, just always spam your ult. Type shit. Can't imagine this game with pre-patched Bloodfiend's arm. I mean, Bloodfiend's arm was only like super cracked when you had like a Faith infusion or like a Bleed infusion. And like the chances of finding a Bloodfiend's arm with a Bleed infusion would have been pretty crazy. So it would have been perfectly fine in this game. Where the stance damage would have been ridiculous, but in trios, that doesn't really mean as much. Self buffs on alt activation. What are we talking about? Like this perk here? Yeah. That's what it says, right? Defeating enemies is going to be even more broken now? Pretty much, yeah. You would like ideally you want all your teammates to just be like running more alt attack up. By more alt on enemy kills. And having like a guardian with like blocking adds alt charge and kills add alt charge and critical hits add alt charge. And your guardian, you can get your ult back really quickly because you don't have to fully charge it. You can just like use an uncharged ult and save like a quarter of your ultimate bar. And you can get so many of them. You can just you can have that be like great synergy. There's Guardian ult spam plus Undertaker ult spam. Like you buff the ult itself before you hit. Oh yeah. So it's going to boost the damage of the ult too. Yeah. It says activating, so. That's what I'm saying. These two, this top one and the bottom one, seem like they're going to be for the best. And hopefully this actually works with the passive, although there's probably a decent chance that it doesn't work with the passive. But if it does, it's crazy. Yeah. This could be pretty... It depends on the number of this one. If it's like the Twin Blade Talisman and only 50% damage, I'm probably not going to care for it much. But it could be cool. If it's like 100% of the damage, then trying to find some sick fucking great hammers. Like a Godslayer's Greatsword would be kind of insane because that's a 3-hit combo too. And like a Cranial Vessel, Candlestand, Envoy's Longhorn. Undertaker's passive? Undertaker's passive is when she, when somebody else uses an ultimate attack, she gets a free one for like the next few seconds. She can just use one for free. A free ultimate any single time somebody uses one. Or if when you dodge a grab attack. That one's kind of, we don't know exactly yet. But I'm guessing when you dodge a grab attack. Boss relics that are useful now. What do you mean? What attack power on alt relic stacks or stats like Duchess? She does many alts. That'd be busted. What do you mean? Attack power on alt relics. Huh? Can it ult from another Undertaker's ult? Nah, you can't. No shot. I think the game would recognize it as a fact that it's not like a regular ultimate, so I don't think the passive ultimate would actually work with this. But there's no way you could be able to change it. They would have thought of that and been like, yeah. Because having like infinite loop of ultimate like iframing attacks would just be stiff. Undertaker is great. That's my thoughts. Character skill needs to be active while dodging the boss's grab. There's a chance that that's the case, and if that is the case, that'd be a bit more balanced for some bosses. But there's also a chance that it's not the case. But that would actually explain why they didn't talk about it. Because like you see in the trailer, they dodge a grab attack, they lit up purple, which indicates they could actually use the ultimate as like a counter. But like, surely one of them would have actually dodged a grab attack at one point and then noticed that they got a free ultimate. Surely one of them dodged an like they played for 6 hours. There's no way that they didn't notice that they got a free ultimate attack by dodging a grab. So that would make more sense why they just didn't mention it, because they probably didn't actually stumble across that because it's probably part of your character skill. Maybe. What boss relics are good to use on the new characters? Oh, well, starting off with Frost and Bleed on the... Well, starting off with Frost, well, the Kaliga relic could be fine. For Homeboy. That's one I can think of. Don't know what else. That could be fine. Honestly, you could actually run both Sentient Pest. Not really, no. I wouldn't worry about that. He already has decent FP. I don't know, really. Her last relic plus Golden Vow? Golden Vow 2.0? Pretty much, yeah. Stamina and attacks? Yeah, stamina and attacks is good for everybody. Good for everyone. Should work other than grabs, because some bosses don't have grabs. If they don't have grabs, then it's not gonna work, you know? Like, it'd be hard to see, like, what it would work against. Like, it'd be super weird that, like, oh, a boss does, like, this insane attack, and the game just gives you an ultimate for it, you know? Like, what would be the indicator for that? A grab attack as an indicator makes sense, because you have to dodge, and the game recognizes, oh, you dodged a grab attack. And because you dodged the grab attack, because that unique animation appeared, then we're gonna give you an ultimate. Whereas, like, how's the game gonna know if you actually, like, dodged, like, I don't know, a Hellster, like the Hellster nuke? And I guess the game could recognize that somehow. Like, after you survived it, the game just gives it to you for free. Or, like, oh, he's about to do his ult. Use your ult back. I'd be kind of weird. Be kind of weird. Like, every single boss that you fight that has a second phase, like, the game is gonna give you a free ultimate. I don't know. It has to be grab attacks. Like, I don't know. There's no, like, other indicator the game could recognize that you dodged an attack successfully. And reward you with that. So grab attacks make sense. Because I think the reason why they added that in there was to actually have a way for the passive ability to actually be useful in solo. Because in solo mode, the passive is basically useless. So that's why they added that part of it. So where it's not useless in solo. But it's only, obviously it's going to be useless in solo when you're not fighting enemies that can do grab attacks. Which is a lot of them that cannot. But, you know, there's a lot of tough bosses that have grab attacks. Not the hippo, but like the Death Bird has one. The Bell-bearing Hunter has one. I don't know who else. Morgott. Morgott has one. There's bosses that have one. So it'd be fun for some. Demi-human queen. What's the deal with grabs? She also gets a free ultimate afterwards. So if you, like, successfully dodge the grab. Yeah, the hippo has a grab attack, yeah. I was saying, like, there's tough bosses that have grab attacks, but, like, this isn't one of them. Makes sense why there's a special animation for the grab attack too, since it didn't do much else with that. Yeah, I mean, like, when you dodge the grab attack and that special animation appears, you get more ultimate charge. So you get like 10 to 20% of your ultimate back, whatever it is, every single time you dodge a grab attack. But like now, when you play the the Undertaker, it's just gonna fill it up all the way. Well, not fill it up all the way, but temporarily give you a free one. Which is arguably better. Ah, yeah, Gladius, Noster, Adele. Yeah. Yeah, Nameless King has one too, yeah. And who knows, maybe the new bosses both have a grab attack too. And if both bosses have a grab attack, that's about half. It's 15% ult charge. +1. Yeah, true. It's going to add it on top as well, yeah. Apostle has one. Yeah, good luck getting hit by the Apostle grab attack, yeah. We're trying to dodge that one. Nameless Dancer, yeah. Yeah, Artorias is probably going to have a grab attack too, yeah. They might add a grab attack to him. Yoda has a grab. Apostle has a grab. Specifically the day 2 Apostle. When you fight the Godskin Doer in day 2, then that weird spinning attack that he gets that can grab. That shit. Yeah, Worm Face. There's bosses out there that it could be useful against. Either way, it's still better than half the passives in the game, even in solo mode. Even in solo mode. The Spear Crucible, that's another one, yeah. There's also like this weird, there's mummies before like the worm face boss fight as well. Before like the worm face. Like the mummies, they can do those grab attacks too. You can dodge those. Even the bats can do it. You can just go next to a bat. You know, like those bats that spawn near that Everjail? You can just like bait the bats over. Bait a grab attack out. And then spam your ult. Yeah, Freya spiders, yeah. Even the, what do you call it? Well, the Cemetery Shade can, but he kind of grabs you first, so. That wouldn't really work. Where is that grab info from? Is it from a specific relic? No. 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 We see this right here. Can activate ultimate arts when allies or foes execute certain attacks. So when allies or foes. And I have deduced that this clip in this trailer that I've seen 1,000 times. This clip in this trailer shows Undertaker running in there, dodging the grab attack, and lighting up purple. And that purple indication is what it looks like when the allies use the ultimate, which is a free ult, it seems like. Right? Because she's not purple here. She's like a weird, like black, weird color. And then boom. Then that purple thing comes up. See that purple glow? And that's, you have a few seconds to use your ult. Then she uses it. So we actually saw her passive, ultimate, and character skill all in this one clip, which is crazy. We didn't actually know it. But all 3 of her abilities were used in this one, like, 5-second clip. Undertaker's pick rate's going to be 90% every game? Pretty much, yeah. Even if she was, like, mid. It was always going to be the case. What's up, Jimmy? Surely that has a cooldown? I mean, like, if the... Not really. Maybe it's like a few second cooldown, I guess. But it wouldn't be that crazy of a cooldown. I don't think. Because, like, how many times can people actually use an ultimate? And how many times the enemy is going to be using grab attacks? So it's not going to get one, like, every 10 seconds. You still have to, like, wait for your teammates to get one. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Undertaker seems cracked. She can do, like, a lot of different things. Double Undertaker? Yeah. I don't think her passive ability is going to proc the other person's passive ability. I don't think it's going to work that way. I don't think that she can continuously chain. Uncharged Wilder hit? Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing a lot. If you're playing with the Undertaker and you're playing Wilder or Guardian, doing your uncharged, and Executor too, doing like your uncharged ultimate attacks. I'm gonna delay the DLC by 5 months. You guys aren't hyped enough. What if it's like Wilder's passive and it resets on a Grace? They would have said that. They would have said that. There's no reason why it wouldn't. Because there would have to be a visual indicator, and we don't see one anywhere. Because like Wilder's passive has that visual cue. Can we see how long her skill takes to load? It's probably going to be like 12 seconds like everything else. I didn't notice it taking too long. Where is the girl?
Anyone else pops an ultimate. We had a Dutch their ult. It's an ult.
Character pops their ult, you get a free
So they're just
ult.
draining now. So it takes like 10 seconds to drain or whatever the fuck.
When another character pops their ult, you get a free ult.
You get a free.
So
So it's probably like 10 seconds to drain.
it doesn't use your bar.
And it's going to take about 12 seconds to regen.
You can use the free ult and then
'Cause, like,
pop
all
your
character
actual
skills are about
ult that
12
you built
seconds.
Up.
Maybe 12 to 15. Who knows? Loathsome Hex. The skill, when you use this skill, it gives you like a damage boost and you get more damage with like successive attacks. And you get toughness. And you get a different dodge. And if you use your ultimate, you're actually going to get a damage boost. And apparently you're going to get Wilder's passive. Maybe for the duration of the skill. I don't know. They said something like that, but I don't know. We never saw any clips of them actually using the ultimate ability while they had their character skill active. We didn't see a single clip of that. But it seems like you can get some insane shit. Reduce stamina consumption? They said that they reduce stamina consumption on the sprinting. They didn't say it specify for weapons. Maya Mori, thank you for the follow. Like Beast Hood from Bloodborne? Not really. It's more like just like the multi-hit talismans. More so. But who knows if it ever works the same way? If it actually goes based on like the multi-hit motion values? Probably not. But kind of like Beast Hood from Bloodborne. But the thing is, Beast Hood from Bloodborne makes you take more damage too. So it's not like that. The third character is Iron Eye. Can't go wrong with an Iron Eye.
And if you have another Undertaker, you can have them team up as well. So free ult, core ult.
Yeah.
It's like it gets out of hand at times.
And she pulls out like a spiny bone from her body that she hits people with. It's so cool.
It's a clean animation as well.
Other ability, Trance, means that she increased toughness, speed, combo attack power, and then if you have an alt gauge, you can pop that.
It seems like it's not the same as like a regular multi-hit stuff. Because like multi-hits would trigger after the first 3 attacks. This one took like 4, right?
Her kind of other ability, Trance, means that she increased toughness,
1,
speed, combo
2,
attack power,
3.
and then if you have an alt gauge.
Yeah, so to 4, then it added it in. So it's probably not going to go based on like regular motion values for multi-hit stuff. Because like normally like a multi-hit talisman would proc after 3 light attacks. Same thing with the Thorny tier. Let's go test that out. Let's go test that out. We can't drop a talisman, but we can drop a Thorny tier. Thorny tier. And we're gonna go drop a hammer. My good old friend the Vari's bouquet. It should be up to 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So it's gonna be different. Last combo hit? It might be the last combo hit. But it's not the only thing I wanted to know if it's gonna work the same way as multi-hit stuff, but it's not. That's fine. We'll see what the damage is like. Because it's nice though. We're not going to be doing viewer runs today, no. I'm
you
stun
pop
locked.
that and you can get, you can dodge
We'll do viewer runs tomorrow.
potentially lethal attack, just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very
Wait, how does she do that dodging before she even popped her
alt
ability? What?
gauge. You can pop that and you can get, you can dodge potentially lethal attack,
Oh no, she rolled and then she popped it. Never mind.
just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very quick character. We had a lot of fun teaming her up with a bunch of different
We're looking at your game. My bad, gang. I'm sorry.
attack power, and then if you have an alt gauge, you can pop that and you can get, you can dodge potentially.
Do you think Undertaker is going to eclipse Power Creep Revenant? I mean, they're different use cases. They're still different use cases. Is stance broken? What do you mean?
Attack just like Wilder can, and you get more attack power. So she is a very aggressive, very quick character. We had a lot of fun teaming her up with a bunch of different Nightfarers and seeing just how much.
Thing is, she's just gonna be so quick and like fun to use. Like, whereas Scholar, you have to like be sitting there and like sit at the back and like, I'm gonna observe the enemies. Hold up, give me like 5 minutes to observe my enemies, and then I can help you guys out with my terrible damage.
She's surprisingly good at breaking through guard and like creating critical hit chances and breaking through guard.
I thought she like procced Blade with that ultimate for a second.
And,
I'm like, huh?
creating critical
No,
hit
that's somebody else.
chances and that kind of stuff. Because if you like, I had a very heavy axe on her,
Yes.
and I was just spamming the attacks, and obviously that
Hold on, guys. I'm reading the book. Yeah.
that takes a chunk of her stamina out. So I was just waiting until the stamina was gone, popping her trance because it just instantly refills it and then carries on going. So you can really pressure enemies and break through their guard to leave to like a visceral attack.
Yes.
And she specializes in hammers. Once again, the only character to specialize.
We saw him throw a pot,
Visceral attack.
Yes.
And she specializes in hammers. Once again, the only.
and we didn't see if it got exploded twice. What a shame. How much damage did it do?
To leave to like a visceral attack.
Yes.
And she specializes in hammers.
A little chunk.
Once again, the only character to specialize in hammers. And at one point, I got I think it's like the Hammer of America. I don't think we have footage. 'cause
I
it was in-
think it's the Hammer of America. Why couldn't I be invited? Scholar's gonna be hoarding all of them, but all the consumables. I mean, like, who else is gonna be picking up throwing pots? But getting a second scholar is gonna suck though, because if both scholars are want to picking up materials and shit and items and whatever the fuck. Where's my water? I'm dying. Whatever.
one of the
I'm just
sections we
gonna
weren't
die.
able to use it. But having that with her,
Yeah.
I felt unstoppable until we fought the new boss, and then
It's also really funny seeing
Wait a minute. We actually saw. Hold up. I was trying to see this earlier. It didn't work out.
we have footage because it was in one of the sections we weren't able to use it. But having that with
One,
her,
two,
I felt
three,
unstoppable. And
4. So now we got the +2 buff.
until we fought the new boss, and then
Okay, I'm trying to see the number here. Hold up. Hold up a second.
that with her,
969
I felt
to 1044. Was it? Yeah. So I did 75 damage.
unstoppable until we fought the new boss,
1258,
and then
1339. 81 damage. Okay. Okay. Which is about like 8%? Was that 75? So the first time she used the buff, it was like 5%. And the second buff seemed to be like an 8% increase. I wonder if it can stack up a third time.
it's also really funny seeing this.
Why did you
like,
stop swinging? Oh, the buff went away. Huh. The buff went away.
until we fought the new boss, and then
It's also really funny seeing this.
Okay. I wonder if the buff goes away even if you're still hitting. Or does it reset the timer for every single last light attack you get to? Because it's like nothing too crazy. Because if you're only getting like 10% more damage, like the later that you get into an attack combo. Oh, the skill. True, yeah, fuck. I'm stupid. My
like
bad.
until we fought
But it only lasts like 10 seconds, so it's like... Realistically, it probably can stack up as high as it wants to then. But how many light attacks can you get off in 10 seconds? With his hammer moveset. You could probably only realistically get like to ×2 and then get a couple more attacks off. Which is nothing that crazy. Even if you're playing with weapons that only have like 3 hit combos. So like the damage portion of this, like it's fine. This is free damage. I want to know if this actually boosts the damage of spells as well. And I want to know if it does more stance damage. Because like if you got, you can just pop it and it starts spamming charged heavy attacks, and if that does boosted stance damage, you don't have to worry about getting to the final attack combo. And surely it doesn't work with charged heavy attack combos. It's probably just going to be for like light attack combos. Prayerful Strike seems like the default skill because we've seen it like all the time, unless they had this as a relic, but like we see it like in the training grounds too, right? Yeah,
The new boss and then
It's also
it would make sense for a Strength Faith character to have Prayerful Strike. Hammers do get really high stance damage. Yeah, a charged heavy attack of a hammer does like 39 stance damage, which is like the same as a Colossal Sword. It's like a Zweihander or like a Guts' Greatsword two-handed charged heavy attack does just as much stance damage as like a fully charged club two-handed or a Vari's Bouquet, and it does it much faster. So someone explain the passive in Fortnite terms. No. Items confer effects to teammates might be good. We'll see how that works. It'd be pretty cool to like see if they actually get the boosted values as well.
really funny seeing this like thin,
tiny
Tiny
girl,
woman.
giant hammer.
tiny
Range of the hammer seems pretty good. It seems like it lunges in pretty far, but it's just slower than a regular hammer. The charged heavy attack seems to be the same speed though, which is like the most important thing.
nun woman who looks like a nun.
A nun woman that looks like a nun. She looks so fun. She's gonna be peak confirmed.
So we did do the
We actually see him using the Godslayer's greatsword in this clip, right?
Ult that you've built up, and if you have another,
Did you do like a fully
Undertaker,
charged? I wanted to see him do like 3 light attacks. I want to see if it actually works with outside of hammers. Like a YouTube poop. This is not even. It's not IGN. This is GameSpot, not IGN.
you can have them team up as well. So free ult.
What are the stats? Her stats are fantastic. Her stats are phenomenal, in fact. B scaling in HP, A in strength, and an A in faith. Only thing that's a downside is probably her lower FP and lower stamina, but and lower dexterity means that she can't really do much in terms of quality weapons, but like who gives a shit, right? She's popping off. Unlike this other bum
A D. So
with a D scaling in strength, a C scaling in dexterity, a C in intelligence, and a C in faith. Hell yeah. And a useless FP scaling for some reason. Unless the passive works with the bell. Then it's not. Double Undertaker with 1 Duchess to go bonkers? Yes. Man just wants to read. How are you gonna be a character called a scholar, member of the school, has an ability that reads books, and you have a C scaling in intelligence? How did this happen? How? How could this have happened? At least a B scaling. Second grade books. He cheated, he skipped classes. Didn't say I was good at reading. Yeah. Probably reads Harry Potter. Book smart, not street smart. That's crazy.
Free ult. Core ult. Core ult.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it gets.
Well, knowledge can't buy you intelligence, clearly. Crazy work. Crazy work. A C scaling. That's crazy. It's like the same stats as like the Guardian. But instead of a B scaling and strength, it's like a D scale. Well, the Arcane could be cool, who knows? I mean, if your Starting Sword has an Arcane scaling, that's nice. How did they do them like this? Okay. Consumable spam? Yeah, we're gonna have to blow up with the consumable spam. Or like any status effect weapon is gonna, he's gonna proc statuses quickly. So be the status guy and the pot throwing man until you get a Yelster. where you can't proc most of the status effects, and you're gonna miss every single pot because he's super fast, and this guy's just useless. He's gonna try and like analyze Heelster, and he's gonna get close, and he's gonna randomly 180 and just like one shot him. Anyway. That's crazy. That is, in fact, crazy. So, yeah, we've done some, what's this number that I have here? Oh, cool. So I might just make a video today talking about just the new characters. I mean, I could probably just, like, I could probably give, like, some thoughts about, like, the other shit, like the Shifting Earth is going to be a new map or whatever. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. We will see. We might just go end it here, though. Is anybody, like, streaming this shit or no? No one's here. I could raid. I know Gino is streaming right now. Aggie streaming right now. Is he actually doing a run? No. Gino is not streaming right now. He's in a BRB. Who could I raid? Mitch is doing the French challenge. I could raid Mitch. Oh, he must have just got hit and reset or died. Tom. I raided Tom not too long ago. V-Swed is playing marbles. I don't think I'm gonna send you guys to get marbles. Aggie is streaming no hit runs and DLC stuff. Might just do Mitch. Mitch Riz, he's doing some stuff. I don't see anyone streaming thingy. Anyway, do we have a raid message? Make sure you guys actually spam the raid message. I'm sick of you guys going into these raids and not spamming the raid message. If you guys are here right now, spam that raid message. You guys always be embarrassing me. Honestly. DLC is out in a couple days. It's not out right now. But we have lots of information. I'll make a video about this today. Gotta go work on that. Anyway. But thank you everybody for stopping by. We didn't get to play today. Tomorrow we'll do PS5 runs. Tomorrow we'll. Yeah, there's the raid message. Actually use it and spam it. Everyone on Twitch chat, make sure you copy that right now. Go into the raid, or go into the stream. Join the raid. It's not a Yowie raid, no. Throw games? I'm not gonna throw games. But I don't throw my games, no. No. Anyway, thank you everybody for stopping by. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will catch you all tomorrow, hopefully. So, yeah. Anyway, bye-bye now. See yous.